check it down. That you really want to come around man with the sound now, yeah. Yeah, we're going all around. But we're gonna find out there then. What we're gonna find, eh? What mysteries await in the black for us? We've got a little tourist trap to go and see. Also, should we go and check out any of these new things to see if they time skip? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. There's too much ground to cover. I can't do it alone. I need lots more people to show up and be what? I don't know. The mic is far away. I used to stream with it this far away, you say? You used to tell me that I'm so quiet.
And then I bring it nice and close. Getting face to face with it. Oh yeah. Mr. Phaser, how you doing? Another day is accruing. And we keep on going. What? Yeah. Oh yeah. Not much of a lock-in today.
I have no memory of this place.
07. Oh my gosh. Come on. There it is. Radicoida update. Oh my god. Pennant. I can't see. Look at me funneling live Twitch viewers to my fucking YouTube. Blossoming. I did it. Last night I did it. Okay? I'm really proud. It's not great. The cuts are rough. But there's no dead air in that video. Rather than there being me being like, oh, let me just fumble through it. It's just boom, straight onto the next thing. I'm really proud of myself. Even though I'm not proud of the end result fully. Like, I need to do a bit of work on how to transition. There's this thing people do where they cut the video, they cut it, and then they cut more of the video out than the audio, and then they overlap the audio so that in the moment where I'm facially still like processing what I just said, you hear my voice from the next scene, and then it cuts to the next scene where I'm speaking. So there's no hard cut. Anyway, I hate it all. So I said to myself I'd just take it as a small victory that I even bothered to actually go back and edit that video and put it out. So hopefully that helps people as a source of truth for the current situation on the Radicoida time skip. The more I sit with it and the more science we do, the more convinced I grow that this is going to follow the expansion path similar to what we saw with the Orthruses. And I wouldn't be surprised if what we were seeing was a containment attempt by the Titans to create like a larger Guardian containment field so that we couldn't have Guardian tech. And then when they realised it was too late at this point in time, they essentially gave up. The other thing that I think I've realised overnight, I think I literally dreamt about this, so that explains to you the level of mental resources that are being absorbed by this problem right now. Like in the dream, I was a Fargoid interceptor, and I'd been sent on a mission to like work out why at this time there's this big hoopla. And so it was weird because I was kind of like an AI where I knew the place and time I had to go, and I'd go into the witch space. I'd come out, and then I'd be immediately in a fight, and I'd be like, what the fuck is going on? And it would hurt. Like, they would be powerful, strong enemy, like, essentially in the Fargoid War. And then they'd blow me up, and then I would just revert back to being back in witch space. Like when we re-log out and log back in to time skip back. It's like that, where I'm just back now. And I know that my mission is to go through and work out why they're doing this. And, like, we thought that we were fighting thousands and thousands of interceptors. I think that we defeated like 6. Like, I'm not even joking. I think that we literally defeated like the same 20 interceptors over and over again that were just on a mission. because they can't die. They are functionally immortal in our space-time. Like, when they die in our space-time, in our continuity, it makes sense. To them, it's like waking up from a dream, and then they can just go back in. Like, I'm convinced that this is the situation we're in. And the entire war was pointless. Like, it was absolutely pointless. Like, it was them just testing to see, have we worked out that what we're doing is time travel? I think it is. Because the real risk to them is that we work out how to operate in which space. That's when we can attack them and kill them. And that's what they want to make sure we can't do. And I think we're close to it. I think Raxler is the key. And I think that this time travel thing we've uncovered is absolutely at the core of this entire mystery. I can't stress it enough. If you're interested in Raxler, you need to be going into the orrery mode and checking for time skips. I'm convinced of it. Obviously, any data points that indicate to the contrary, I'll take on board. So today's stream, we'll bosh out the Wordle, and then we'll do some deep space exploration, and then we also need to get some prep work in for tomorrow's stream, because I will be kicking off... I've done no advertisement for it, so I'm hesitant whether I should call it a subathon. I'm partly tempted to make tomorrow like not a trial run. It'll be a legit attempt to do the all-in-one PvP thing. And then if it goes well, I can just upload it and it'll exist for perpetuity, you know? But what I would like is that idea of like, there's a film called In Time where like everyone, there's no currency, but they have a living tattoo on their wrist that is the amount of time they have left until they die. And then at 0000, they just die. I'm kind of thinking that like the stream's kind of like that for this elite character. Like this will be a unique elite character who has that in time tattoo, and the way that the tattoo gets incremented is by viewers sort of keeping them alive. So we'll see. I don't know. I quite like the idea, but it's whether it gets the traction in the community to actually be worth doing, right? I don't want to go live on Thursday and then find out that actually. Anyway, there's only one way to know any of this, and that's to do it, right? So we're going to run with SRV Survey and ED Observatory today. We will be just gallivanting about. There's a series of waypoints, or sub-waypoints, that the Distant Worlds 3 organisation have shared. You know, interesting tourist destinations and notable places. Worth noting, we did get these novel screenshots yesterday of the system that at the time contained the fleet carrier. This was it in its time-travelled state. Oh, for goodness sake. It's so frustrating. Like, if I do it up any tighter, then I can barely move it. If I have it low enough that I can move it, it then just slowly lowers, like, throughout the session. And then I have to permanently adjust the mic in order to keep you locked into my dulcet tones. Breadpoint. We just always go for breadpoint. You see, look at that. I'm thinking it's not fried or tried because there's no R or T. It could be shied. Chide. Nailed it, face. Morning, Eugene. I agree. Thankfully, I've not yet encountered an issue where it will never go up. It does go up. It's just hard to keep that way. Nailed it, Phaser. We're locked in. I love it. I love it. Every morning I love doing that. I don't know. There's just something about it. Like, I don't know how you lot find it, but I think it is a good... I think it's a good idea. Just to, rather than me just logging straight on, getting straight into the game, and then being locked into the game. Just that little window for us to just come together, work out what's happening today. Yeah, I feel that, Eugene. It's it can be a great deal of stress to men, I imagine. Yeah, I've certainly had instances in the past where, you know, for whatever reason I wasn't feeling it, and I did have sort of that experience, but not gonna lie, that's been mostly substance related more than anything else. We'll do our exploration in the FleetCom private group, given we're a member of the FleetCom private group and we're a member of the Distant Worlds 3 expedition. I do feel slightly bad, although I will just overstate what I said before, which is that, like, because I stream, obviously I can afford to, like, speed run back and forth. Wait. So Andrew Gasper moved more last night. Yep. I have no memory of this place. Do we go in Seeker? I think we do, because the exo-bio landings are easier. Not sure any of us do, mate. What? Welcome, though. What are you not sure on? I've got the wrong buttons on my mouse. Hold. Ah.
And you're clear. We'll see you soon, Commander.
Yeah. Not the time. It seems to be the same moment in the day. So it seems to be that it sends you back. Like, it's about 10 years-ish. We don't know the exact date. I have an experiment that we need to do to get the exact date, but I've also left the bubble. I came back to the DW3 expedition. So, I did so much science on it that I've taken it to the limit of what I can do. But yeah, I was initially calling it time travel. It's very triggering for people. I think it's fairer to call it time misplacement. So, when you become misplaced in time, from when you invoke it, which is by just going down to the radicoids and going within 90 kilometers of them, from that point on, until you log out away from the radicoids, you experience the whole galaxy at a different time. Like, you can literally land on a planet with a friend who hasn't time dilated or misplaced, and you can be in daylight while they're in darkness. Or, as you saw in the video, like, we've set up so many experiments now where we show it happening. It is a big ball of wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff, absolutely. So, like, in that clip where you see Rosen's parked and it's dusk, and then I zoom off, I mean, you can literally see it happening there. So whenever you go to the radicoider, they send you to a point in time. And That's what they do. That seems to be what the extraordinary thing is that they do. Because I can't see any other thing about them that's extraordinary, as I said in the video. Everything else I can see looks exactly like they've just copy-pasted functionality from other places in the game and then brought it together in one location. Except for the fact that, yeah, like if you pay enough attention, it isn't just that the system's bugged and when you glide in there's some lighting bugs. It literally changes the whole galaxy. Like every system that you jump to is in a different situation. Every station that you like, we've got clips on this channel of us doing teleportation with it. Not the exact point in time, mate. Nah, like I last night I did a bunch of thinking and I know the experiment we need to do now. I just didn't do it while I was back. I'd already left last night. I did the speed run back out to the middle of nowhere, and now I'm really in the middle of nowhere. But I mean, that is possible, Eugene. But then we would surely have seen some evidence of this somewhere else. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that's not possible, but if a POI can set that timestamp, I can't stress this enough either. Why don't other POIs set it back to be the correct one? So if I can visit a station or a POI on a planet's surface in a system next to it, and I can land and I can instance, and everything stays the same. And then I go to HIP 87621 and I instance with the Radicoider and my time skip. And then I come back to the instance I was previously like at, the POI I was previously at. When I instance with that POI, if it's a bug where there's a constant timestamp set, why doesn't it reset me back to the real time? Like I get really frustrated about this because people flippantly chuck out that it could be a timestamp, but the presence of the timestamp is literally the proof that it's not a timestamp. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a recursive argument that it's just not possible. So that's where I don't know what to say about it. Like, I think it's not a bug. I think it's a feature. In the same way that the developers never told us fully that unknown probes, at the time they were called unknown probes, they turned out to be called Fargoid sensors, but at the time we knew them as unknown probes, and the developers never said that if you sell 1,000 to them to a station, the whole station will set on fire and break apart. Like, they never have ever come out and acknowledged that that was the case. They only ever released Galnet articles talking about what the community had found. And I think that's the same with this. I think that they'll only tell us the amount of information we put them in a position, like, force them to tell us. And so far, I've had a lot of people ask a lot of questions, and very, very few people actually just go and test it and then upvote the issue like I've asked. So please do it, because you can do it in multi-crew, so being on DW3 isn't an excuse. Like, you can just multi-crew into someone that's there, and then they can fly you in, you can time travel, you can prove it works, and then you can update it. But that's the only way we're going to find out. Like, is if people upvote the issue and force the developers to actually tell us. No, but like, you're not rebuting what I just said, Eugene. You're just restating what you think it is. Why is what I said incorrect? If POIs can set this date, which therefore allows you to provide it with a static timestamp for testing, which I still can't understand what benefit there is to the tester or anyone involved to control the temporal dimension of the test case when the game only operates in real time. So again, I like, your assumption needs to be validated, and I think there's too many holes in it. Oh, Jolly, awesome. Yeah, I mean, if anything does to... Hey, Yamia, by the way, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, to ignore you. If it does bring you back, then that's fantastic, because, I mean, to me, I think this is the biggest breakthrough in some of... So what you're saying now, Eugene, is that they have developed an ability for these new types of POIs to amend the time that the game runs in, but you're choosing to perceive that new development as a bug rather than a feature, right? Like you're implicitly saying that they literally took in work to add this new mechanism to POIs for some reason no one can highlight, for no obvious benefit, and it's resulted in a production bug, which is a critical bug, by the way. It isn't just, if it's a bug, it's a critical bug. It results in, you can break PvP, for example. You can be interdicted by a PvPer and then fly into a planet that they can't even see, and then it breaks the interdiction and they don't know why. Or you can deliver stuff to a community goal, but when you jump into the system in open, the destination's in a physically different location to what everyone else sees. So I'm sorry, Eugene, like, I've argued this with many people, and every single position that developers take saying it's a bug falls apart. Please do tell me what I could be missing, but I have a 15-year career in software development and testing. I've heard all this before, and you're not telling me anything I've not thought of. I don't think you're right. I think that if there is an ability for a POI to set the time your game runs at, and that's always been in the game, then that is a valid thing that we need to investigate for Raxler and stuff like that, and we've just never noticed it before. Therefore, it could be that there's been a bug in the Radicoida because they've left a constant timestamp in there, but it doesn't change the fact that we need to investigate other ways that could set this timestamp. I think it's a multifaceted thing. I think that it's a really elegant way of moving multiple stories forwards. Thanks, Eugene. No, I appreciate that. Because I think I'm right. I don't think that what I'm saying is presumptuous. Like, in order for there to be an ability for this instance thing, this POI, this location, the other thing to remember is... Exactly, yeah, Eugene. I mean, that's what I say in that video. I'd recommend anyone... I mean, I've just restated a lot of what's in that video, to be fair. But, you ask what I think the point is. No, Jolie. I think we've exhausted that angle. And don't get me wrong, there could be more things we've not checked. But we've tried, in a time-skipped state, doing the Michael Brooks Law Tour. We've tried visiting the alleged location of the Starship One, visiting Jameson's crash site. Like, we've done loads. What I think is happening here is it's similar to how the Frontier's pattern is they put a seed out into the public, into the community, right? Thanks, Eugene. No, it's not impolite. You're good. Like, any engagement on it is positive. All I would say is, on the bug side, like, I understand why it's easy to flippantly say it's a bug, but I've really thought a lot about it, and I really don't think it is. And the only thing that's going to convince me it's a bug is the issue in the issue tracker being marked as fixing by the developers. There's no technical perspective anyone's going to give me that's going to change my view on that, I'm afraid. Like, I've been a tester for over a decade. Like, I can't describe enough how I've found edge cases in time zones. I've found race conditions at time zone boundaries. I've found esoteric bugs in stuff. I've found bugs in high voltage electrical networks that could result in human beings being vaporized. Like, I know how to find a bug in software. Like, I can't stress it enough. Like, this cannot be a bug. I'm sorry, it cannot be a bug. Because if it's a bug, then going to other POIs should revert you back to real time. Full stop. There's no questions asked. It is that simple. It is that simple. If part of the POI interface is that they can set this value, the epoch time, right, which is what we're talking about here. The engine runs on an epoch time. Yeah, exactly. No, Occam's razor is what I'm also basing it on. The simplest solution is probably correct. The simplest solution is that the game engine has always supported this mechanism, this sort of time travel thing. We've never noticed it, and in this instance, they left a timestamp in. That is the simplest solution. Which means we need to look for other causes of time skips. Like, it doesn't mean we just stop it there and say, oh no, fine, this is just a bug. And that's the bit that I think people can't take the step on. They, for some reason, they're like, oh no, if this is a bug in the radicoides, then that discounts the entire thing. Not at all. So Jolie, I think that what this is in the same way that there was a point where we found unknown probes or unknown artifacts. I can't remember what they were called. They were unknown artifacts, UA bombing, that was what it was. And when you went near them, they released a shutdown wave, right? Which was like a smell of what was to come, right? Then the next iteration, we found a crashed interceptor. Then we found a real interceptor that was friendly, that hyperdicted you but didn't do anything. And then it escalated again. And then eventually we got Orphruses, which were a modification of the interceptor that had an anti-guardian field around it in a certain radius, right? When you instanced with an instance that contains an Orphrus, your guardian modules start to degrade over time. And then the next thing that happened was the anti-guardian field expanded to the entirety of HIP 22640. Or 460, I could be mistaken in the name. I think that that pattern is what we're going to see with the radicoida. So right now, they're local to themselves, and when biological entities enter their sphere of influence, the biological entity is misplaced in time. I think that as they grow and develop, the whole system, when you jump into the system, you'll get misplaced in time. I then think it will continue to grow if we don't do the right things, and a bubble will slowly grow out from HIP 22640, HIP 87621, that will be locked in time. Whenever you jump into a system, you'll just be reverted back to that point in time, and the only way to be in real time will be to go all the way out of the bubble, log out and log back in. And then I think that the gameplay loop we're looking towards is one where you will need to be in certain times in order to do certain things, which could be really exciting, right? Like, it's really interesting. Lastly, I think that this is all linked back to the Thargoids and how, in a sense, kind of a dark forest. It's more like, in my eyes, the Thargoids exist in witch space, which is only space. There is no time there. So whilst to us, it looks like Thargoids enter a place, seed some barnacles, disappear for 1,000 years, and then come back and harvest them. From their perspective, they just go to the thing where they plant it, and then they leave, and then they just come back to the point in time where it's grown, and then they take the thing back, right? Like, in the same sense that I'm pretty sure we've only ever actually fought like a handful of interceptors. They've been the same entities, and they essentially, when we destroy them in their continuity, like in our time continuity, for them it's like a dream ending, and they just wake up back at the point where they're about to go into the witch space tunnel and enter space-time. And like, so to them it's like the opposite of what we experience when we go into the radicoida's influence. That's it. Right, everything I just said, there's no proof of any of it, alright? Everything I just said is me taking the seeds of what we've discovered and letting it bloom into like a theory that matches the lore. The only thing I know is if you go there, you will experience this time skip, and the only way to know if it's a bug is for you to upvote it in the issue tracker and the developers to tell us. And I would say, like, if you don't want to waste any of your life on it, because if it turns out as a bug, it might completely destroy your interest in the game moving forwards. I think the best thing anyone could do is just trust the investigation we've done on this channel and just upvote it and just make sure that it's the highest voted thing. Basically, Eugene, I do feel like the Elite franchise is a giant merging of loads of independent sci-fi series. Like, there's a lot of Battlestar Galactica themes in it as well. So I do also wonder if the reason that the Thargoids haven't just gone back in time to the point where humanity was born and destroyed the Earth, now that they know where Earth is I think it might be a giant wheel, the dark wheel, where the Thargoids are what we eventually create, and then they exist outside of time, and then they're kind of like the time variance authority, where they have to maintain the timeline to make sure they get evolved. Like, I don't know that either. Like, again, this is just me, like, theory crafting in the game world, trying to make sense of what we've experienced so far. It would make a lot of sense why they don't just outright genocide us, like, 30,000 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, they know where Earth is now. Obviously, the other side of it could be that they can't time travel. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, we just don't know, is the reality. I am down to my last bowl's worth. I'm having a half bowl now, and I'll have another half bowl later. And then... So that's where, Eugene, yeah, I feel like the Thargoids' game plan is very difficult for us to comprehend, because they're trying to... I think it's likely that there's two things happening. I think that the Thargoids use meta-alloys in witch space. So we know from the Distant Worlds 3 story, right, that there is a problem in witch space, and that is blatantly supported by Frontier. Like, you can sit here and be like, oh, but it's not official yet, they haven't said anything. I'm sorry, like, if you need things explicitly laid out that much for you, then the mysteries of this game just aren't for you. Like, it's just that simple. They've made a clear precedent that they aren't going to spoon feed stuff. Yeah, I know, the Guardians. I think the Guardians are the beginning of it all. I wouldn't be surprised. So, I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that the Guardian construct and monolith network was compromised and they actually never fought against the Thargoids. Like, I don't know this, but I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that, like the constructs are what eventually becomes the Thargoids, and that we were created along the way, and that we're a necessary component in them developing the technology to becoming timeless gods as Thargods, or the Thargoids. Congratulations on your anaconda, by the way, Beyblade. But again, totally, like, just running my own headcanon to a degree, but I want to be clear, like, I do put a great deal of effort to try and validate this stuff. Like, for example, this is the most recent video. We will rewatch it since I've just rejoined the Distant Worlds Fleet. Let's just ground ourselves in the story that we're currently contributing to. Damn YouTube. Sorry. I can't play some stuff over YouTube, and this is one of them. So I will send you the link for your own consumption. Look, all I'm saying is she literally says, like, to all you... the game law is trying to say to people, stop the hubris of saying these things are bugs. Like, that, they're literally saying it, and people just can't. They can't. They're so jaded by the fact that there are some bugs in the game. There are limitations in the architecture. Like, I feel like what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, look, we're working with what we've got. And yeah, there are problems in instancing. They're going to build that into the law. I think that's what it's going to be. I think the radicoider is going to be how they build in the fact that halfway through an operation, you can just disconnect and disappear in front of your friends. Like, I think that that's the angle they're going down. Now, the only place right now that I know of where the old meets the new is the radicoiders. Like, they're the only place in the galaxy that when you go to them... I think not law, they need to find a narrative reason in the law that can explain, like, the time continuity of events like that happening in an operation, right? Like, or they don't need to, but from an immersion perspective, that would be fitting with how they run this game and this game world. Do you know what I mean? Like, in the same way that in Elite 1, because it was single player, you could control time, so they didn't need to solve the problem of faster than light travel. They just gave you a special machine that you slept in, and it slowed down your metabolism to like 1/10 of the thing, so you could experience speed at 10x. Well, they spoke about this at the very beginning during the Kickstarter, that their decision was they were making it an MMO, and that would mean they couldn't do that. And their words on it at the time were, "Don't worry, we've worked out a very good solution to this. Full stop." That was the end of it. They've never expanded on what the solution was. They just implemented frameshift drives, and when you jump, no time, like the time of the jump passes, and that's it, right? Yeah, no, you're good, Mark. So, just so that everyone's on the same page, like, the only reason I'm going so hard on this time travel thing is because we discovered this November last year. It's still in the game, and it seemed like, here's the other side of it, Eugene. When you, like, I agree with your assessment of how this would be caused if it were a bug, but surely you can also agree it is utterly, categorically, the most trivial fix ever to just remove a hard-coded timestamp. Like, to suggest that it would persist through multiple builds is asinine. I'm sorry. Like, it is literally trivial to remove a hard-coded timestamp. There's... Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no way that it's justified when the impact it has is like the clips I've shared. I'm sorry, they are deliberately sending us to HIP 87621 in order to see that there is time travel in this game, and people are in denial about it, like hard. And I discovered it, and I'm fucking over the moon. I'd recommend checking out all of the videos on my channel but related to it. There's a few that I've released, and they track how we've unpacked it over time. There is quite a bit to it, but yeah. I did realise last night as well that if I really wanted to, I could totally just escape pod back to the bubble if I wanted to do more science. So I'm just going to briefly show you as well the tests that we do actually need to do. And anyone who's willing to do this test, I would sincerely thank you if you were to send me your journal files. Jowly's taking action. Jowly's getting back in the cockpit. It's like, I can just hear it now. Later tonight, there'll be a... as like this glass pod opens and smoke and steam just barrels out from it as a geezer who's been locked in for years stands up. Ready to go. No one add this person. Am I getting botted on Twitch? I'll take it, to be honest. Bot me. Bot me. Right, so you see here this scan event that's happened. Maybe if I just make it not dreadful. Really? I think I'm going to invest myself in knowing the lore more. I just realised I know nothing about the Elite Universe apart from my dad has played it when it was wireframe graphics game, and now I play it because I love space. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I mean, if you ever have any questions, do let me know. I know a lot about it. I'd recommend reading the books if you can stomach reading, or listening to the ebooks of them, because they really add a lot of context to what's gone on. Also, there is a really interesting player guide that they released for the Elite Dangerous or the Elite tabletop game. The depth that goes into for the history. I mean, let me just 1 second. So this is the Elite Dangerous role-playing game, which is real. You can buy it online and play it with your friends at a tabletop. And from section... So this entire section of the galaxy is like... It literally details, like, the history of the galaxy from 2015 all the way up to the future. Like, you can read about everything. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's awesome. So when we FSS something... we get all this data about the body, and one of the important bits we get the orbital period, and then we get a value for this mean anomaly. And to the best of my knowledge, this mean anomaly value is a precise integer in degrees of where the planet is in its orbit. So with a system with enough planets that have an orbital period long enough, I mean, in fact, this one would probably have been ideal, and it's a real shame that I didn't know, because I'm now realising that I could have literally done this last night and got this data fuck. What we have to do, because you can only get this data in your journal once when you scan it. So we would need someone to time skip, go to a system they've never gone to before that we already know in advance has orbital periods that are useful for the timing. FSS everything is the weird bit. Self-destruct, rebuy, so they lose the exploration data, relog to log back into real time, and then go back to the place and scan it all again. And then what we can do is we'll have the same scan data at 2 different points in the simulation, and then we can use the comparator between the timestamps, the mean anomaly, and their orbital periods to calculate the exact timestamp that it's sending us back to. And once we've done that once, I can make a really simple little application that will walk people through taking those steps, and we can do a wider test to ascertain whether it's always the same date and time that it's sending us back to or not, because we just don't know. Like right now the assumption is that it's pointing to a date between May and August 3301, but we just literally don't know. Like, and it was well into when the game was released. It's not like it was, at first we thought that it was pointing to the origin timestamp of the Stellar Forge algorithm, like creation, which would make sense because like the way the game works is that it is an algorithm and it's all procedurally generated. So like it's not like there's a game server and this system of Flui Blee IP-M is running on a game server somewhere, and then my client is connected to that server, and any other players would connect to that server in order to meet up with me. That's not how the game works. Like, it literally doesn't follow that architecture, and a lot of people don't understand this. Like, they think that it's like that, and it's not. So there aren't server timestamps to be synchronized with. That doesn't exist. And we proved that in some other tests where if you change the system time on your machine, the game goes crazy and then kicks you out. Like, there is defenses in their API against you running your system at a non-real-time date. Like, they log you out of your account the second that they detect it. So it may even be against terms of service, I'm not sure. That would be amazing, Eugene. Do you know what would be even better is if you're about and I could multi-crew into your ship to get the same data at the same time. Look, could get the same data from 2 different accounts. That would be really useful as well. We could simultaneously then get... Yeah, that would work. It would work. As long as you pick a system I've also never been to. Although, no, wait, I'm not certain that the scan events get pinged in the journal if you're multi-crewing. That would be a new test. I actually don't know how that works fully, to be fair. I think given that things end up with both your names on, it should be viable. But anyway, so we're now in the middle of like, absolutely the middle of nowhere. Oh, wow. I've never been out here before. Every step I take, Frodo, Mr. Frodo, you see that fence there? Every step I take past there will be the furthest I've ever been from home. That's where we're at right now. We speed ran from the bubble to, like, here in an hour and 55 minutes last night. I did 48,000 light years in an hour and a bit. Jolie, you have no comprehension how they've shrunk the galaxy into... Like, the new ship, the Caspian, makes a mockery of travelling around the galaxy. It's hilarious. What are we even looking for? Oh my god, why are you even here? I don't know. I'll take a wolf. So just to be... I state this somewhat often, but there's music playing on Twitch and no music on YouTube. So you can either listen to the music I choose, or if you're not feeling it, you can go over to YouTube. but on what you fancy, or have no music at all. Anyways, if I survive the day without getting put into misery by a project manager today, I'll ping you on Discord. That's cool. Yeah, be strong. Remember, jobs come and go. You only get one shot, one life. I need you because there's a little version of me that exists inside your brain. It's a little fraction of my consciousness. And if I were to die, that would continue. Even if you don't think about me for years, it would be there. I might pop up in a dream. Maybe one time in the future, something will come up about Elite, and you'll be like, oh, there was this guy that we looked into time travel together, and that keeps me alive that little bit longer. Do you know what I mean? So keep me alive, please, mate. Keep going. My life depends on it. '07 Pado. I don't know what to look for, to be honest. I feel like so that one of the sort of goals of Distant Worlds 3 is to find Earth 2.0. '07 Eugene. That is one of the key mindsets that I think has often brought me back from the brink of. I've had a struggle with like suicidal ideation for most of my adult life, and a couple of times I've been pushed to nearly pursue it. But the main thing, like, it is quite it's a borderline narcissistic perspective. I do own that. But that idea that, like, I can never know that any of you are really alive, right? Like, even if, setting aside that you're just fucking strings of text that comes up on my left-hand monitor. Like, even my real friends that I know physically in the flesh, like, I could just be a brain in a vat. And this is a simulation, right? It could be. I could even not even be that. I could be an AI code in a server. And this is just a simulation we all agree on that makes sense. What I do know, though, is that for each one of the usernames that I see come up in chat, once we've had a bit of a chat and stuff, there is a tiny reflection of that person and who they are in me. And, like, all the connection I have with all my friends, the perspective I have, I'll never know who they truly are. I'll never know who my mum, my dad, my best friends, my daughter truly are. Like, I can't ever be in their head and experience the world from their perspective, but there is a version of them that exists in me, and they'll never know that either. So, like, in a sense, there is a version of my daughter and my mum and you that can only exist as long as I continue to choose life. And so, like, I often am brought to the decision of choosing life, not necessarily for myself and my perspective of my future, but for that idea of, like, no, like, that matters. That means something. It is a part of those people. You all right, Rory? You know what, mate? So anyway, sorry, I'm just like waxing lyrical on philosophy. If anyone has questions about time travel in Elite, do feel free to ask. I would say if your questions are from the perspective of trying to convince me it's a bug, my only response can be go and try it. And that's true, Jolie. Yeah, I agree with that sentence. Although that's true about you as well. And like I said, like, I can never know you, but there is already, just based on, I already have a picture in my head. Yeah, like, in my brain, I made some assumptions that you have either a leatherette or a leather-like sofa. Don't know why, but in my head, I've got a picture of that now. I can see you sat there sorting out the HOTAS so that it's all locked down. Do you know what I mean? Like, that version of you isn't you at all. I've made a bunch of assumptions about what you might look like, your height. That is a complete fabrication. But love it, Darkness. What are we looking for? I guess we're looking for Earth 2.0. There you go, you see? Like, you don't have a leather sofa. But now, you see, you've enriched the picture. Now it's not there. Now there's no sofa. It's mad. It's mad. Like, so I found 3 Earthlight candidates that I submitted, but I believe they've kind of said, oh no, none of them will count until we officially start it, whatever. So we found this Earthlight that orbits a G-class star very similar to Sol. It has nearly a 1 year length, which I was chuffed about. Kind of the same gravity. That was really the only other similarities, other than it being something we could all just live on. Then we found this one. So again, similar gravity, close in year length, better atmosphere this time. Nearly the correct rotational period, which I remember thinking was cool. And then I think this third one is the best one we found yet, and it's right above Rendezvous Point, which was quite cool. Like, literally, it was right above it. It is just over 1 Earth mass. It is almost exactly the radius. It's slightly more gravity, thicker atmosphere. A year is 6 months, and oddly, it's tidally locked. So that's kind of fucked up, because you could literally choose what time of day you want to live in and just perpetually live in it. I guess in reality what would happen is we would put our cities on like giant train tracks around the North and South Pole, and then we could have days anyway. I don't know. So we found some crazy stuff already. But we need to find more. So I think we'll go for G class, yeah? The Gers. And Wolf Riots. Let me just double check lastly. Are there any actual expedition points that the DW3 Fleet are requesting we focus on? I'm currently flying a Mandalay. 07, Eugene. Lock in. Have a pleasant day. Let me know later if you want to do that test, or if you can just do it and send me the data. That'd be sick. But I can give you the instructions as well, so GG's. This is the one that intrigues me most. Maybe they won't destroy the bubble. Maybe they'll just memorialize the bubble by locking it in time. And they'll make it so that as the radicoider grows, the bubble extends, and the background simulation will just freeze in those areas once it happens. Like, at the moment, it doesn't have that impact, right? Like, it is literally localized to within the mushroom's influence, or tree, or whatever they are. So, Jowly, are you seeing the game right now? Because you need to know about SCO. Like, remember the game was kind of like a bitch. Like, you'd be like, oh, I want to get back to the fleet carrier. And it's like, oh, it's going to take how long? 1 minute. I don't want to wait a minute. That sucks. And that was it. Now you'd have to wait. Well, now you can boost. Say, no. I don't want to wait a minute. I want to go thousands of times the speed of light and get there now. And they've turned it into gameplay as well, because it's a little bit unwieldy and you have to keep it on track. They're fucking geniuses. And And now look, we're basically at it. And then we tell the computer to do the rest. It's so good. This is the Mandalay. It's a beautiful machine. Ignore its belly. It's got a bit of a belly. This did rewrite the speed running in like situation when it was first released. So it's got its jump range currently is 81.85 light years. Obviously this is a heavily engineered late game specified. Well, so this isn't its fastest incarnate either. I've got one called the Colonial Express, which has an average jump range of 90 point something light years. But they've now added the Caspian, which I will show you, because it is fucking beautiful. And this thing moves. This thing moves through the galaxy. So it's got a special frameshift drive that instead of only being quadrupled when you neutron boost, it's 6x. Yeah, so the Hutton Orbital you can reach in about 15 minutes. There is still a speed running scene around it, but it's kind of the Cobra Mark 5. I'll show you that as well. There's a bunch of new ships basically that have been released in the last year. So the Python Mark 2 was the first one. Then they released a Type 8, which is like a really good medium hauler, although it's kind of redundant now. What came next after the Type 8? Was it the Mandalay? I think it was the Mandalay. That's what we're in now. Obviously the cockpit view in this is pretty phenomenal. And also we got a view beneath. So when you're landing on planets, really good for looking down and seeing what's going on. Gosh, what came after the Mandalay? Next was the Gutamaya Corsair, which is like essentially the Clipper Mark II, and it's a medium ship rather than large. The Corsair is kind of like the de facto best medium ship in the game at this point. Like, other than for exploration, and even then it can be a really respectable exploration ship. It's ridiculous. Oh, and actually, to be fair, now it's not the best in mining either. There was a window where, when the Corsair came out, outfitting it for mining was outrageous. But now that the Type 11's been released, so these are the new ships. So this is the Mandalay that we were just in, named Seeker, which is specified as like a mid-range exploration ship, designed to be able to do a bit of research, drive around on the surface and stuff like that, collect stuff. Bit of utility. Hide if it's under attack. Then we have the Cobra Mark 5, the latest iteration of the Cobra line. This is also an SCO optimized ship. It can achieve... What's the fucking going on? Come on. It can achieve the highest speeds in Super Cruise Overcharge of like 7,000 odd C. This one's outfit as like a general like runabout. So it's designed for if at some point we do end up with like a little bubble being populated in DW3, I'll be able to just potter about there in this, do bounty hunting and stuff like that. Kikijo's Demise is dedicated anti-Xeno Mandalay that has a very low rebuy because it's a pre-built ship. So like I bought the ship with arcs, only the basic model, and then changed all the components and engineered them. So its rebuy is really low. So this is the Type 11 Prospector. This is the first ever dedicated mining ship. It's amazing. It's incredible. It moves, like it transforms. Like you see the nacelle bits on the side. they're currently retracted because we're landed with the landing gear out. But when you put the landing gear down, they like move down, and it kind of looks a bit like a Star Wars spaceship, to be honest. And then lastly, the latest ship to be released, the ship that's currently only available in the early access ARC scheme, the Caspian Explorer, which is the first ever dedicated large exploration vessel. Which I would just like to state, in terms of my track record of predicting things, setting aside the time travel thing, because that's inconclusive at the moment, I am 1 for 1. I incorrectly predicted that the new feature would be the space elevator, and it's actually operations. And I correctly estimated that this was a large exploration ship when everyone else was saying, like, I was saying it was a new large exploration ship. Everyone else was saying it was the ASP Mark II, the ASP Explorer. So this is the specialized ship that's focused. I mean, this one is unladen jump range 75.8 light years, unladen jump range of 92. But most of the reason it's so low is because we've got all these extra fuel tanks, and we could have 2 more if I chose. And the reason we've got those fuel tanks is this thing will go from the bubble to Colonia in 54 back-to-back neutron jumps without ever scooping a star. Like without ever refueling. On 1 tank of fuel, you can go from Colonia to Sol. My current PB was it 40 minutes when I was 40 seconds off the world record. Coming back, to be fair, going from Colonia to Sol. But I mean, I don't know if you've ever done the trip out there, but it's outrageous. That's a little tour of some of the newer ships. I don't know if there's any others to show, actually. This is the Type 8. It's quite a good cockpit view. It's kind of like the Crate, where you have these, like, pillars coming out the front. It's good for mining. I mean, that's really impressive and respectable. Like, obviously, I'm assuming that was back in the day before we had all this new tech. This is the Corsair. This one's dedicated to AX mining and is absolutely outrageous at it. The Gutermeyer Corsair. Medium ship. The Panther Clipper Mark II. How could I forget that? This is the new king of hauling. Not this one, but a maxed out one. My maxed out one hits about, I think, 1,300 tons that it can move. And I think lastly, the Python Mark II. Which, I mean, just looks like a UAP, really, doesn't it? If someone said to me, oh, we got this new footage from Area 51, it's this new ship they've developed, and it looked like that, I'd be like, alright, yeah, that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? But these are the chips I chose to bring with me on Distant Worlds 3. The Caspian's just here if I need to do any... The new ships have made... I mean, I've not flown. It's not true, actually. I did recently fly around in my Huna, which is my Viper Mark III that does 900 meters per second, boosted. Because we were doing some tests in the older ships to see if that changed the time skip. But yeah. Right. Where are we going to go? What are we looking for? I've been live hours and all I've done is talk about other stuff. We haven't actually done any exploration. We need to pick a direction. There was a post that they put out about some destinations. Yes, here. This is the companion to the Stage 1 map we published earlier. Yeah. No worries, Charlie. That's fine. Yeah, like I say, I like the division and the choice for the viewer. So like in YouTube, there's no music at all. Sometimes I might switch that and play it on both, but rarely. So yeah, at least it gives you the choice. If you want to listen to it, you can come on over. That's fine. That's fine for posterity. That will get refavorited. Okay, sorry. I just want to quickly... I should have checked this Barnacle site. I forgot that I had one tagged. Interesting. Look, I've still got a bookmark for the old version of this. I've never noticed that. Okay. I want to rename this. Can I rename it? Yeah. And then I think I'll leave them in for now because we will do that expedition when we get back. Right. And then lastly, the first major POI is Veruna. Now, I have no idea. I don't know what this means. They say Veruna is the place to go. Let's go and check it out. Do we have the Scoopy jump? Don't do that. Ah, when did you stop playing, Jowly? Did you ever do Odyssey? This is the Odyssey version. All of the new ships are only available in the Odyssey version, which also has like on foot, running around, shooting stuff like Call of Duty. Exor.
Landing plan disengaged. Departure confirmed. Speed restrictions have been lifted. Best of luck, Commander.
We have now entered the Fomorian frontier for the first time ever. I've never been in this galactic region before. Exciting. What new codex discoveries await us? Everything is new, technically, so... First G-type. Boom. 26 bodies. It is worth noting, if you do come back to the game, the Mandalay does run particularly cold, so you will see me being very risque when it comes to sitting at stars and in their Coronas and stuff, scooping. Obviously, if you've got the account where you can afford a few rebuys, then learning by fire is often the way to cement a lesson, but I would advise just being a little bit. I see. Yeah, they definitely... Amazing, amazing. I fully understand. Oh my gosh, hang on. There was 2 terraformables over there. What have we found? Jesus wept. First jump, we're going to be here all day. Where is it? Come to me. Icy body. Is there a rogue planet? Don't tell me there's a rogue planet. Come on. Come on, make my day. Where are you? Oh, hey, oh, he's right on the brink. He's not rogue, is he? So now when you want to get away from the star, it's like, nah. Stop. Where'd you go? There you are. Okay, let's just check this out. So we're not the first, but they didn't FSS by the looks of things. They didn't. So someone discovered this system, like, just by evidence of what we're seeing here. They didn't even honk it. So there we go. Would you count that as an 8th moon? I mean, we're a bit far, really, for Raxler, aren't we? Right. Terraformable. 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 We'll check B3 as well, just in case it has Stratum Tectonicus. So the way they've added SCO has made exploration an actually active gameplay experience. Like, most of playing the game and doing exploration now requires you to look at the game and think. Whereas, like, for many, many years, exploration was kind of like an AFK simulator, right? Like, you would... Like, that genuinely, there would be times when, like, the night before, I'd jump into a really dense system with loads of planets, and I'd be like, right, okay, during my work day tomorrow, I'm gonna, like, have the game running in the background, and then I'll set alarms so that as I need to, I can go back to the game and then turn my throttle down so that I arrive on time and stuff. Because, like, you'd have, like, 20-minute acceleration windows and then have to throttle down. None of that anymore. Like, you just play the game, and if you want to go somewhere, you just boost. It's excellent. I love it. We do need to get our cash reserves back up, so if we can Stratum Tectonicus first footfall here, I'll just go and cash it in next door. I would say the SCO has rewritten the culture on loops of shame, in my opinion. Like, certainly this is a loop of necessary deceleration environment, not a loop of shame environment. There is no shame in looping, in my opinion. In fact, it often means you followed the path of least resistance, considering SCO. Don't get me wrong, if you get it perfect, then you can like make it so that SCO creates like a zoom mode where it feels like you're just zooming in on the thing and then you stop perfectly. Like it can do that, but it's very rare that you get it that perfect. I found the only times I've managed to do that are when I'm hauling in the Clipper from like a station to a colonization site and I'm just going back and forth, and then you get locked in and you can start doing like proper accurate SCOs where you do like you perfectly exit it and then you just zoom in on the end destination. I did it, I'm brave. We went through. Yay. I watched the footage last night of the guy skiing down Mount Everest. And I just cannot I've never successfully skied in my life. I've never even tried it, so I just can't empathise with how it feels. But like logically and physically, I think I can get it. And it's insane. It's insane. I also watched footage from Red Bull are incredible. They're like the only company that still funds like incredible art. It is a Red Bull video, brother, yes. And then have you seen the one with the human catapults where they catapult the base jumpers off the cliff edge? Really? I think it's the sort of thing that the taller you are, the harder it is, right? My mate went to Thailand last year and they have like the original Red Bull over there. He brought loads of it back and it's insane. Like, I don't... Disgusts me. Wait, have I done both? Oh no! There was two there. Oh, I didn't check that. But this one's only got one, right? Okay. Oh, we'll have to go back and check it. I shouldn't have left. I should have checked before. Power. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Money, 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 money. Money, money. Money, 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 money. So I am not time skipped, although I did do the speed run yesterday time skipped. So we managed to get 2 screenshots of the system where the fleet carrier was, where the system was in completely different orbital configurations. Love it. Love it. Right now, I think that's all it does. I think that's all it does. Although it does also, so it's worth noting, it does wipe the mapped status on many places. We haven't tested the limits of this yet. But now that I think about it, I think it might be that they know the only way we can get data to feasibly, without jailbreaking the game, the only way we can get data to verify the amount of time is if we can rescan the same bodies, like, over again. So I do wonder if they may have... We'll see. It could just be a bug. Believe me, like, I want to know. If it's a bug, I want to know as soon as possible so that we stop talking about it and looking into it. Do you know what I mean? Or at least looking into that specific instance. I still do stand by, though, that in future Raxler hunts, I will be actively looking to see if anything's caused a time shift. Hot damn, we got that beautiful, beautiful lighting. Bring me down now to the ground. Gotta find a little stratum. Gotta go and sample it. Gotta nums.
Landing gear deployed.
We're getting paid, my friends. You see, this shit pays loads of money. Loads of money. There, do you think? Musty. How you doing? How are you? Oh no. No. Oh shit. You have to create like a cost reward thing where like for each bit of Elite you play, you do another bit of DIY until all the DIY is done, then you have infinite Elite, right? So the Mandalay can be a right bitch to park. I'm just going to chuck that out there. Not as bad as the Caspian, but on that basis, we're going to take action. Wait, where was it? Oh no. Do we need lights? We'll do lights.
Drive assist off.
Was it down there? No. Nice. No worries, Beyblade. You're always welcome back. Wednesday streams end at 5, but tomorrow's a big day. We start the new Odyssey account. Wait, it was here, right? What's just happened? So I think tomorrow won't be very good for new players, to be fair. Like, I'm going to be showing all the exploits. Not exploits, but my goal is to, you know, rapidly progress. So if you're newer, it might be a bit of an anti-pattern for you to consume that content, but I'm doing it anyway, so I can't stop you. Like, learn. What's happening? Why isn't it finding them? Oh! It's mental, like, how deep my skills do run. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't mean to big myself up, but like, I can make this game look fucking elegant. Where are the Stratum Tectonicus? Are they despawning when I go near them? Huh? Also, why have I landed in a place that's so dark? Right, let's just go to a different spot, because this sucks. Is it just that there's rocks that look like stratum tectonicus? Is that what's happening? Not happy. I landed too close to the light dark terminus, didn't I? Yeah, I am running it, yeah. I just you have to find it first. So like now I've found it, it will start helping me find them. Sometimes it's easier to just crash. And then squish your ship into the ground. That can work. Oh my gosh, that was hard work getting this first one, wasn't it? Wow. It's really worth it though. Why is it lime? Why do I only find green life now? Fully agree, Charlie. It's incredible, isn't it? When I first installed it and then did ExoBio, I was immediately converted fully. And then the way they've updated it to be useful for colonization as well is fantastic. The way it enables collaboration as a team, amazing.
If you don't subscribe, you're a stinky bum.
Hi, bad karma. Sorry, colon, what? I assume it plays the alerts over YouTube, obviously. Thanks for the follow, bad karma. How you doing? Oh, colonization. Yeah, oh, yeah. No, right. Now I'm with you. Sorry. Yeah. I feel you, Phil. I feel you. It will come along. Like, it's just clearly got defects, right? Like, it often says you can land, and then you're like, and it just won't land. It doesn't matter. You hit it really hard, and it still doesn't land. It's infuriating. That was the third sample, right? We're clear, yeah. Do we want to do... I don't want to do the bacterium. I want to go and cash this in, because I've been below 1 billion for more than 3 days now, and it's freaking me out.
Landing gear retracted.
Freaking me out, man. It's freaking me out. Gasper. Hey, Rosen. 07. Not bad, not bad. Keen to get some final data on the duration of the time skip by the Radicoida, but other than that, deep in the black, in the middle of nowhere. I've never been this far before. So we return to Newton's Vault. We are straddling like 2 different galactic regions. We just found a Stratum Tectonicus first footfall in a G-class system containing 3 terraformables. So I think I'm pretty dandy, actually. So yeah, Jowly, they added colonization last year. This is what I think. I think colonization has been added in preparation for the time skip situation. And as I say, I think that the Radicoida are a super weapon that will essentially memorialize the bubble. They won't destroy the bubble. They'll make the bubble trapped in a moment in time. And when we go and visit it, there'll be no simulation there. We will be like time travelers when we go there. And you'll still be able to take missions and get rep and get permits, but it won't progress any further. Oh yeah, don't worry, Bad Karma, about what I just talked about. We're like, in this channel, you are incredibly welcome, and ask any questions. No question is a silly question, okay? Because every time us experienced people have to explain something fresh, it gives us an opportunity to test our knowledge and learn from each other as well, right? I can't tell you the amount of times a new person has asked me something, and then I've said what I know about it, and then someone experienced has gone, wait, I never knew that. And it's like, I love that. I love that. I love it when that happens.
Lighting gear deployed.
So the Radicoida farts aren't synchronized. So they wait. So they aren't a record. Who was it who said they were? 'Cause there was someone who said they were testing it with their friends. Or at least wrapping up the story of the bubble, yeah. I feel like the end state for Frontier from a story perspective will be one where the players are free to colonize the galaxy, and we know where we stand with the Fargoid. So I feel like there would be parameters we would have to operate within, and when we exceed those parameters, the Fargoids would start kicking off. So we could then have autonomy about, oh, in this region we want to attract the Fargoids and Titans and have all that gameplay there. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's likely where they're heading. I don't know, though. They might have a much bigger story. It might lead into another Galaxy Elite 2 or stuff like that. No one knows at the end of the day. 5.8 million in Explo data. Oh, Bad Karma. No worries.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
We're going to leave a lot of cash on the table here by not leveraging our Pranav Antal power play bonus, but I think ultimately it's all good.
You have... Vista strives to learn everything it can about the cosmos.
So much happier.
Thank you for your contribution.
Just shy of $1 billion. I like to keep $1 billion in the kitty just to, like, that's my, like, burner fund, if you know what I mean. And we've eaten into it quite a bit recently. I think we achieved a first recently, by the way. Commander Ellen Jameson was unfortunately stranded back in the bubble after departing on the Distant Worlds 3 expedition, and I'd come back to do more science on the time travel in my Caspian. So then I did the speed run from from the bubble to Colonia with her in the passenger seat. I think it was the first ever proper like multi-crewed, or not multi. It wasn't multi-crew. It was where, you know, she docked at my fleet carrier and then ran to my hangar and got in the ship, and then I flew her. I think it's the first ever interstellar apex taxi. Like, I literally physically transported her body back to her fleet. Oh, yeah. I mean, what you learned a few years ago probably won't have settled in then, you know. Possibly the most useful thing for me to know right now, Bad Karma, about you is what part of the game is it that attracts you? Because it's a really broad game. There's loads of different things to do in it. And what would matter most is, for me, to answer your questions, I think most effectively, would be to know what context you're asking them in, if you know what I mean. So, like, what attracts you to it? Like, is it role play? Is it the galaxy size, exploration? Is it mining, colonization, fighting, like combat, on foot, Call of Duty stuff? Like, there's so much in the game. But that was a sweet little payday. That at least that gets us back to square one, right? So let's redo our route. Go and visit this black hole. 33 jumps. Very much not in the direction of waypoint 2. What's this? I wish there was a way to see what the bookmark is called. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what bookmark this is, so it's all good knowing there's a bookmark there, but I've never been there before. I've bookmarked it for a reason. I don't know why. Who's this? Takel? GG's.
Ship Reed, do you have this off?
Was this the one we were just in?
And you're clear.
Might not be.
Flight control signing
Looks
off.
similar. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think it was.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Agreed, Phil. Yeah, it would be nice. I just don't think it would be very, like, expensive from a development perspective either, you know. The name is already loaded into the GAL map. Like, it's in the UI already. It's just a case of exposing it, isn't it? So hopefully... I mean, but there isn't even a forum for us to put forward suggestions like that, really, is there? We can raise issues. So we could call that an issue that... Yeah, if you bookmark stuff, it's hard to recall what it was, but... Something tells me they're not in a place right now to... Like, don't get me wrong, if we can get... Like, there is a really positive sign right now for Elite, which is I'm getting a lot of people coming in saying both they've decided to come back to the game after a hiatus, and more importantly, they're going out and buying the game on the back of the mysteries that are happening and like, the stories that we're sharing, which is so exciting for the future of the game. Because if they can see that it's growing and it's worth investing in... Wait. Okay, no, that's fine. You're fine. That's fair, Bad Karma. That's cool. Trade is good fun. You're a bit of a trucker. So trade is essentially the gameplay loop of being a system architect and owning a system and being the owner of the colony. But you can also there is a group of players called the Player Colonization Network that you could join up to initially, and they essentially have a fleet of fleet carriers that they use, and they take contracts. So wealthy commanders that have got a lot of money that want to build their colonies will pay billions to have their colony built out for them, and then the PCN orchestrate a whole system where you can just sign up as a trader. They'll tell you where to go. Like, you get on the fleet carrier, and then that fleet carrier will jump you around, and you just literally go on their Discord, take the jobs from them, and just haul. You just trade. But the yield on the trades is insane. Like, the amount of profit on the trades is just outrageous, because obviously there's profit funneling through from the commanders that have done things like the Fargoid War. Yeah. It's called, it's this one, System Colonization Contractors. The good thing about colonization as well is it's the only way in the game currently to get a passive income. So like right now I've got one colony that's fully developed, and that earns me 1.5 million credits a week, which isn't huge, but you know, if I had 20 of them, that would cover my fleet carrier. Like, my fleet carrier would be effectively free, and any more than that, there's no limit to the number of colonies you can have, but there is a limit to the amount any individual colony can pay out. I think it's about 20 million. Yeah, the PTN's good as well. I feel like, though, the PTN is more of a one and done thing now that colonization exists. Do you know what I mean? Because it's kind of like, I suppose the PTN does also interface with the colonization thing as well. Like, when the fleet carriers from the colonization thing are loading, that will appear as a thing to do in the PTN. So you can do either, can't you? I mean, yeah, if you want to, we'll try not to spoil stuff, and just only answer the questions you ask. I would say the game is notoriously quite challenging and, like, opaque, but they've done a lot of work on that, so there should be a lot more training and tutorials and stuff in the game for you to follow.
System scan complete.
All who are able, please rise. I agree with Rosen. Fully. Honestly, I think, like, most people's first goal in the game should just literally be to be able to fly around asteroids. Like, go to a res site, like a resource extraction site, and just fly around asteroids and not crash. Like, that might sound silly, but just being able to competently do that can be, like, a skill in itself, and it's a strong skill to develop. So the bubble from Sol, there's like, so what we call the bubble is if you were to go to Sol, around it there are all of the systems that are populated by humanity, and we call that the bubble. The bubble recently grew a lot, But realistically, you can find unexplored systems. I mean, I'm in the middle of nowhere right now. From about, I'd say, 700 light years from Sol, you can start to realistically encounter unexplored systems. I would say 2,000 light years is when you're guaranteed, like, every other jump will be something no one's ever been to before. I mean, where I am now, I mean, yeah, jumping somewhere that's discovered is rare where I am. Like this one, no one's ever seen this before. No one's ever loaded the system Worlde DB-D C2914. Like, we're the first people to know what's here. Right, Maple. Yeah, we did it yesterday night. 1 hour and 55 minutes. 48,000 light years. The Caspian. Outrageous. 9 bodies. 8 of them are planets. Is this going to be the one? Holy shit. It's beautiful.
System scan complete.
How far out is it? Oh, we might get a twofer. Do you think we will? No, they're both too far apart. Okay. Alright. Maybe? Okay, you got the meta alloys from Maya. It's a real shame, actually. You could have got them a lot nearer. But, I mean, it's a good trip. It gets you used to jumping around. The only place you can buy them is Maya. But, you can also get them from Titan. Yeah. You can get them from Fargoid Titan wrecks. They just float around there.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Good little trip, though. Maya's beautiful, too. Go and visit Obsidian Orbital. If you go there, you'll be able to hear the immortalized Obsidian Ant's voice. Booyakasha. That's it. Money, 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 money.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Oh, it is a cool place. Look, like, it is flat out, like, nearly an Earth-like. Very close, except for the whole lack of land. Or trees in that, I guess. It always confuses me that Earth-likes have green land. Like, which implies that they've also developed photosynthetic plant life. But I do get that there's only so much they can do. And there's no pleasing us. So, yeah. So this music was recently provided to me by a viewer, I think it was IRH or LRH, one of the two. I like it. That was a good little 8 or 9 minute stand or so, wasn't it? Good boy.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Do you know what? In fact, we have... What I'll do, we'll go to this first waypoint, and then from there, we'll go to where the Thimbleful will end up tomorrow. It is nice to leave your mark. The one thing I would say is with the way it's looking in terms of the story and these Radicoida things, it might be worth looking for a colony out near the Omega complex.
System scan complete.
Nah. So what I mean is, from the main bubble here, it's a long trip to get there, but where the hell is it? This. No, this. The Omega Nebula. So you see this like little bubble of purple dots all around here, this little like micro bubble that's forming around this nebula. It's kind of like a mini colonia. This is designed to be, there's a few systems here that are very developed, so you can get all the stuff you need to build colonies nearby. This is designed to be safe from any other issues like that might happen in the bubble. So like there's a chance, for example, my home colony is down here. And it's deliberately placed to be... Why can't I see the Titans? Because they're not on that map mode. So this is the home colony that we've got. I'll show off the system map quick. We built every single thing here as a community. The asteroid bases, the Orbis starport. There's a large planetary port as well. There's a few slots remaining just for like honorary emplacements that we might place down in over time for people that do outstanding things within the squadron or just the stream community in general. This system's been designed to be an ideal system for people that have just started the game. So it's got everything you could ever imagine, like really good mining. It doesn't have much trading opportunities now. There are trading opportunities though. For example, there's a lot of things that you can buy like at one station and then sell at Jackson Point for a profit. So you can do trade within the system, but there's no colonization to be done here anymore. The main thing it's good for is this Anarchy faction here, Ashes of Exploration. They own all of these settlements on the ground, on the surface of planets. So you can go to them and like incapacitate everyone there, and then take all of the materials for your Odyssey, like engineering your guns and your suits, and there's no notoriety and there's no bounties. So it does impact the influence of the system, but it's fine, we've got that under control. So you can smash these people and get all the materials you need. And then there's loads of bounty hunting, mining. It's got everything you could imagine. And lastly, it's got Empire and Federation, so we can kick off like really big superpower wars. It's an amazing colony. It's a really ideal little place, which I will send you the... There's, for anyone that's watching, if you do want to just bookmark it, like I say, top flight location. Some top drawer stuff, that is, mate. I don't know what you mean. You don't have to attack anything. I might have just used like slang.
Fuel sinking.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, one step at a time. Nitrogen atmosphere, actually a completely breathable atmosphere, like legit. Would be tolerable to live on that place. Depends where you're working, Karma, because if you're in a system that other players play in,
Complete.
then they could be working against you. Does have life. Money, 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 money. Yeah, the mission system needs some work, I think. Yeah, you hear like the radio signals and that. Been a long, like back in the day, that was, those sound effects played even if you hadn't discovered it. So you could like sit on the system map and hover over the like greyed out bodies and then listen to what would be there. That's how we used to find Earth-like worlds back in the day. Back in my day, before we had all this flashy technology, we used to use the parallax. Genuinely. Before the Discovery scanner.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Earth 3.0. We're looking for Sol/Earth 2.0. So the DW3 target is to find, yeah, Earth 2.0. I've got 3 candidates, but none of them are bang on. Yeah. But I'm also, in myself, I'm actually looking for Sol 2.0, which would be like the star, the same as Sol, with an Earth like the same distance and everything, which is a complete needle in a haystack. Possibly might not even exist.
Surface scanned by 50%.
How they've done it,
Surface scan
Karma,
complete.
is if you make your own squadron, which can cost a few million to do, you can then assign a faction that your squadron supports. So you could pick. So the short answer is no. You can't make your squadron's name be a faction in the game at this time. So that is quite a big limitation in it. And then how it works is when you're in a squadron and that squadron has a faction that it supports, then when you create a new colony, the first faction is the faction that you create the colony from. So the way that you do this is you have to go to an existing station, dock at it, and then in the contacts there's a contact called system colonization, and when you click on that it will take you to the map mode, and you can colonize within 15 light years of an existing station, and you have to pay for a claim and then go and deploy the nav beacon at that system in order to create the claim. And then you have 4 weeks to complete the first port, which you get to pick like what type of port it is. Once that first port is built, then the colony is yours forever. But if you don't complete it within 4 weeks, then after 4 weeks everything's deleted and it's available for somebody else to claim. It's just to stop people like claiming mass stuff. I'll only do first footfalls on Stratum Tectonicus. I just don't have time for anything else. But, and Guarca, no, we've not found any other Earth-like worlds yet.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
What does this mean? Go right. About there, wasn't it? So there was a period in time when players could get minor factions added into the game, and you're right that that one was probably added back then, but they've stopped doing that now for reasons they won't explain. I don't know why. Like, to my mind it would be easier if squadrons just were factions, and that would make it all so much more straightforward. Yeah.
System scan complete.
Not for me. Might need a piss. Yeah, bear with me. Cue this jump and then I'll go and do that. I'll be right back.
System scan complete.
Gross. You know, the olfactory nerve is a comparator, not a source of data, right? So, like, you can sit in your own stank and not realise, and then you leave and come back, and you're like, oh shit. Open the window. Oh my god. Right. Anyway, so we got more exploration to do. Let's do a quick search about for a G2V. What's this one? Oh, damn, it's close. Okay. I wish so much that we had the old route planner. I really can't describe to you how much I miss it. Like, being able to filter on multiple nodes or concepts was just... Yeah, as Rosen says, there are a lot of minor factions known as player minor factions that were added at the request of players historically, but that's not a thing that you can do anymore. Or you can't currently do it.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Here to serve.
Fuel scooping.
Shinies. Oh, wait. Uh-oh.
Fuel scooping complete.
It's going to be a nothing burger, this one, isn't it? Come on. Oh gosh, okay. No terrors though. No terrors. Not interested. Leave. Oh. Still no terrors. No terraformable objects equals... See ya. Just give it a little pump to get away from the star, eh? So cool seeing all the people that live near here. They've all turned their garages into offices, so you just see them at this time like all going from their garage back to their house to get lunch and then going back to work. It's just, it's amazing how the world's changed so quickly, and like we're still lagging behind like the progress of what we've achieved technologically. You know, we could be completely remote, no one ever going into an office. It should be like that, to be honest, but I get that people need to connect with each other. I mean, so power play is good in that it gives you materials for doing normal gameplay actions, but it also exposes you to a whole more bunch of violence that you might not be ready for yet. So I would say if you're not confident doing bounty hunting, and like there's the progression of combat competency in your ship, I would say is just being able to fly around the asteroids, then being able to actually do bounty hunting with the assistance of the police. And the next stage would be being able to do bounty hunting in a hazardous resource extraction site where there's no police. Next, you've got conflict zones, like fighting in conflict zones is the next tier. And then after that, you've got Fargoid combat, which is very different, but definitely the hardest PvE combat in the game. So with power play, like, because it makes it so that in most places that are populated, you will probably be hostile, and that will mean that other people have the right to attack you on sight. And you're like consenting to that by joining a power, you know? Whereas all the time you're unaffiliated, you're just an independent pilot everywhere you go, and anyone attacking you is generally breaking the law, unless you're in an anarchy system. Spin the wheel on the slot machine. What will we get?
Complete.
Oh, okay. Eek. Cherry, cherry, cherry.
System scan.
Okay, so object 1 is apparently worth 2.8 million if we probe it. It is a terraformable. Little bit of old school Super Cruise. Hey, why not? Chuck it in there every now and again. Got to remember your roots. Just like the Radacoida, hey, remember where the Radacoida roots are? Where are they? Where do you think the Radacoida roots are? They ain't in the ground. I don't think they're in the ground. I think they're in witch space, mate. I think that's how that shit works. Damn, I wish so much that there was like a lore master from Elite. I bet I'd find it so funny if it turned out there was like one of the chatters knows the truth and they just sat there like, oh my god, you're so close, keep going, and I fucked off back to DW3. I know that's quite audacious and or narcissistic of me, but fuck it, it's nice to dream. How difficult is it to do these engineering things? They're not difficult. So the engineers, they have their own like reputation system. So the engineer is only going to engineer stuff up to the level that you have reputation with them. Different engineers increase their reputation in different ways. So for example, if you've just done the meta alloy, which isn't that Felicity Farseer and Desiat?
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Yeah. So you see here it says grade 5 access for me. And so you learned about her, and then you got to scout, which got you the invitation, and then the next step was that you had to get a ton of meta alloys and bring it to her, right? And then when you handed it to her, it unlocked her as an engineer. But you're only at grade 1. Okay? Now, I've pinned the increased frameshift drive range blueprint with her, which means anywhere in the galaxy, when I dock, I can apply that blueprint as if I was at her. But when you first meet an engineer and they're grade 1, it's really important that you level them up to grade 5, physically sat at them and docked physically at them, because you only accrue experience with them and build up that reputation when you're physically docked. If you just dock, unlock them, pin a blueprint and leave, you will never level them up again past level 1, and then they'll never be able to do much good engineering. So, like, with Felicity Farseer, for example, the ideal way to do it, and I didn't realise fully, I should have said before, is to dock, give her the meta alloy, and then hand in all of the exploration data after you've done it, and then re-log the game, like log out and log back in. And when you log back in, all of the exploration data that you hand into her counts towards your engineering reputation, and she should level straight up to like level 3, 4, maybe even 5. The other way to increase the reputation is just to do the engineering. So like if she's level 1 and you apply 2 or 3 level 1 blueprints, then she'll level up to level 2, and then you can go to level 2 and do them. Yeah, I know. You probably landed, sold the data, and then handed it in, right? I didn't think of warning you of that. Sorry. The only other thing to know is, like, if we look at Felicity Farseer in Inara, you can see that it says she does frame shift drive up to grade 5, but that's the only thing that she can do up to grade 5. So even if you level her up to level 5, she'll only ever be able to do the frame shift drive up to level 5. Everything else she can do engineering on. Like, you can engineer your thrusters there, but she's only got the expertise to engineer thrusters up to level 3. And then you would have to go to, like, another specialist in order to, like, you'd have to get Chloe Sidisi in order to get grade 5 thrusters. Does that make sense? The reason this is really useful to know is she can still do all the same experimentals as the higher level ones. So, for example, with her, you can have the thrusters upgraded to, like, level 3. I'll just show you what I mean. So, like, say here, there's the dirty drives. These are the fastest thrusters in the game. Like, this is the best one for speed. Felicity Farseer could only go to grade 5, and you would need to unlock one of these 3 engineers to go all the way to grade 3. To get to grade 5, you need these guys. But she can put on drag drives, for example. So you could get up to level 3 drag drives, and then once you get the other engineers, you could just apply the rest of the blueprint and level it up to level 4 and then level 5, and you wouldn't lose this. I know it's complicated. I just wanted to cover all the bases with you. I get that if you don't remember all that, that makes perfect sense. Like, it's super complicated. That was a lot of information you just got. But literally, Bad Karma, what I'd do if I were you is just go on a little circle of jumping from where she is and hand it in. Then you'll at least level her up. And then I'd recommend you pin the increased FSD range blueprint so that you can do it anywhere.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
We might have a triple cherry 3-7s kind of situation. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, no, that will set you right up. Not quite. I swear that just said it found crystalline shards, but then it went away. No, there's two ways to level up Felicity Farseer. You can either hand in exploration data to her base, or you can... The way to level up any engineer is to roll blueprints. At their base, though, not remotely from a station. I'll be honest, I really don't understand why rolling them remotely doesn't give you any XP, but it's just what they've done.
System scan
Like,
complete.
it is a bit annoying, but yeah. It is their game, their prerogative. You know that really it's my game, but you're gonna go and play it my way. Now we're gonna go around and do this. Don't say that. Right, yeah. There's only so far you can rhyme on the play word. Engineer XP should have been removed with the engineer rework. I think that's a fair take. Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree. I don't understand what purpose it serves now. Other than being annoying. It's a grind within a grind, isn't it? Like, the only time it comes up is when someone realizes they didn't get the right amount of rep, and it's a negative, right? Like, from a game development perspective. What do you mean, bad karma?
Surface scan complete.
What is the them in your question there? What's the point of redeeming them at a different location? Do you mean, like, what's the point in rolling a blueprint remotely? It's mainly just if you buy a new ship, then you can just quickly engineer it all. So, like, I've got so many blueprints pinned that I can go to the middle of nowhere, dock somewhere, buy a new ship, and then fully engineer it without leaving. Like, I can just do it all there and then. But the caveat to that is you can't apply... The only way to apply the experimental upgrades is physically at them. So normally what happens is, like, when they release a new ship, for example, the first day they release it, I'll buy the base version, upgrade it all, do all the engineering I can locally, and then I still have to do a round trip to put all of the experimentals on. Yeah. So it used to be that there was no remote pinning. Like, you couldn't roll the blueprint remotely. And the only way to do engineering was to physically take your ship to the engineer. And so back then, there wasn't this divide where you could accidentally do the rolls and not get XP for it, but now there is, where you can forget and then think that you're leveling up the engineer remotely. That's why I just like to overstate that, because it's easy for people to waste. The materials aren't easy to get in a lot of cases. In particular, data isn't easy to get, so you don't want to waste it. It's valuable stuff. But yeah, I do think that definitely one of the first goals of an account should be to get your name as the first discovered on a system. Like, go out and try and find somewhere that no one's ever been before. I think that that is a really important, like, milestone to hit. Once you've done that, I know that there might be people in chat that have never done that. They just have no interest in it, and that's fair, like, each to their own. But for me, it's like a big deal. B8B is an interesting name as well, isn't it?
Surface scanned by 50%.
It really is crystalline shards.
Complete.
Holy shit. Rosen's like, I ain't discovering shit, bruh. Bring me some cauliflower, I will blow it up. Damn, now it looks like it's mountainous. That's not good for us. No, but we're gonna try.
Orbital flight engaged.
Fair. She couldn't avoid it.
Lighting gear deployed.
Well, holy fucking shit there. Don't you see what I'll be seeing? Why don't you come over here, let me see. What you got?
Oh. Ice, baby. Don't need that. Well, that's a shame, but it's good to know that there's a ruthenium crystal shard spot here. Can we find a denser patch that would be worth noting this? Oh yeah, this is useless for anyone other than DW3. But for anyone in DW3, like, this could be a godsend. I think... No, it's completely useless. Don't even need ruthenium for jumps. Why is there a green patch over there? Oh, it went away. Okay. That was a bug, you see? A bug. Oh! A lot. That's what shield's for. Straight down, wasn't it?
Low gravity.
This is a legit forest, though. This could be limpet farmed if the terrain wasn't so shit. Ah. Okay, I'm going to go over to this one and then hope that I can finish the sampling by doing this one and then another one, and then we will also shoot it. Shoot it. Go. Go, go. Also ruthenium. Okay. Irrelevant. Worth checking. They should all be the same. That's how the crystalline shards work. But you never know if you don't check. I'll take that. I'm happy with that. Oh! Oh! Nailed it. Nailed it. So I know that wasn't Stratum Tectonicus. Is what? Is this something you can do only outside the bubble? I mean, right now I'm just doing exploration with a sprinkling of exobiology. Oh, Rosen, GG's.
Landing gear retracted.
Nah, there's exobiology everywhere. Loads of it. Loads of it. Life's all over the place. I hopefully should take receipt of a delivery tomorrow. Hopefully my kid will come down soon and I can actually get her some treats. Oh.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Love it. Did you find anything good there? Yeah, what Rosen shared there will, if you just type in where you are and where you want to go, for example, Sol to Decia, it will give you a bunch of systems to jump to that will have high value exobiology on them. You can get a lot of money very quick doing that.
Fuel
Yeah.
scooping. System
power. 16 jumps remain in this first stint. I'm a bit peckish. I think a banana might be in order. Just the thing to remember, Karma, is following that list isn't... Like, you will learn a lot of the process of doing exobiology, obviously, just by doing it. But you aren't learning how to find it yourself. Do you know what I mean? So that's the one step that is missing from it. But in terms of getting a bunch of credits and just exposing yourself to the gameplay loop, it's really good.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Yeah, it's a I like it. It's a really good expansion to exploration. Give you more of a reason to think about what's on a planet.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Was it a cargo rack? At those wreckages, there can be cargo racks. And in order to open them, you have to have the scavenger suit, the Maverick. And that comes with like a laser cutter. Yeah. Gotta buy the suit. The system's crazy. More crystalline shards. Are they just really common in this galactic region then? They are useful, but it's worth remembering that simply having them on your person breaks the law, so... Be vigilant. That's mad.
System scan complete.
Okay. Bara gonna be away till jag kan. Raise! Yeah, did it blow up? Oddly, the on-foot weapons, I've not tested it recently, but it used to be that they were like as powerful as ship weapons. Because you can like take out a ship on foot quite quick. It's quite bizarre. So yeah, if you're playing with someone else, be careful, because if they like blow your ship up, it'll kill you. Well, dependent on where you're at. To be fair, your ship can get blown up and you'll survive it. But if you have an SRV out and the SRV blows up, that will kill you for some reason. For reasons that I don't really understand.
Surface scan
1,
complete.
2, 3, 4, 5 terraformable bodies. And then this one has 6 biological signals on it. Shit's crazy. Oh, that's great. Congratulations. So if your ship gets exploded, then you have to pay a rebuy in order to get it back. Which you can see on this panel here, on the home panel, my rebuy is 3.2 million. So the first rule of Elite Dangerous is never fly without a rebuy. For good reason. You don't want to die and not get your ship back.
Surface
Oh,
scan
so
complete.
you can dismiss your ship when you land, and then you can recall it from the context menu. But if it gets blown up, then you need to call a taxi.
Complete.
go to a station that has, or any station that has a shipyard. So either call a taxi and get it to up to space, or to another system, or just onto a station on that planet, and then you can pay for it there. To be honest, I've not done it very often, so there could also be other things you can do, and I'm just not certain. Yeah, you can call a taxi, yeah. Ooh.
There we see a wild planet, harboring no life, with a frozen cap at its northern pole. We will now detonate thermonuclear warheads in its atmosphere to deduce its composition.
Surface scan.
Ah, yes.
50%. Surface scan complete.
Next. Ah. It kind of feels like I ought to just do them all, eh? Do them all. Come on, load. Nah, maybe not. I'll do this one and this one. I'm still standing better than all that. Don't know why that song's in my head. But it is now, and it's probably now in yours too. So 8A has allegedly got loads of life. And one of them could be strata... okay. No really good life. I might not bother with it. It's saying that it can't have stratum tectonicus, so I'm going to go and just hit the other ones that have got the crystalline shards. They're actually useful. And I'll leave this for other people. Yeah, pay it forward. So, wait, unselect this. Unselect it. Stop. This is going to be a minute. But don't worry. Whee! So, informally, before they added SCO, this would have just never been an option. Like, you would never super cruise over to this. It would be the rest of your day. Like, you'd literally turn the game on, kick it off, and come back, like, 3 hours later just to slow down. Whereas now, we just use power. Crazy orbits going on out here. I really ought to see about making sure I can log into the other account and that Odyssey's working and that. I bought it, so it's on the Epic account, but I haven't got Epic installed and I don't know how it runs it. Like, I've got the Epic launcher installed, but I don't have the game installed through Epic. I just want to use the Min launcher to run it off the Steam version, but log into Epic. We'll see. I don't know. I've done it in the past. I just didn't have Odyssey at the time, so I couldn't load the Odyssey mode. Oh.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
I am Mr. Dreknar, yeah.
You follow, I follow, we all follow my Keshi.
Love it. Thank you for the follow, Ben Kenobi. I'm using
Orbital flight engaged.
SRV survey for exobio and DSS outcomes and results and things to scan and that. And then I do also have ED Observatory, although I've just realised I haven't got it running. There we go. Monitor. Ooh. Unfortunately though, Nvidia seem to have changed their drivers and it's really difficult for me to show you all those extra screens at the same time. Like, I can't do like screen capture anymore. I have to just capture the game, and they're all technically like overlaid on top of the game, so I can't show you those screens easily. One motor vehicle.
Low gravity warning. Cargo scoop deployed.
Oh, I'm also full on that. Okay. Oh yeah, Ben. Oh, you. Oh. What you thinking? GG's. Did you come back for that, or you just like were already on a separate trip? And the more people that try it, evidence it, and then upvote the issue on the tracker, the quicker we'll find out if it's just a bug or if I'm actually onto something. Do you know what I mean? Oh, bless you. Love it. Thank you. I mean, I'm back on the DW3 expedition purely because I've spent literally like 40 hours researching it and experimenting. But there are more experiments to be done. It's just there's only so much a man can do, you know? In fact, we now have the method that we need to follow to calculate the exact time skip. Like, I have the method and I know how to do it. We just need the data points. So if you wanted to test that, that would be a really valuable thing for us to make progress on, if you're up for it. I can coach you through what we need. Also worth noting. Yeah, Rosen's like, please say yes. I've done so many. Yes. I can teleport back whenever I want, by the way. My last docked port was in HIP 87621. Other than the fleet carriers, but obviously I can just use the escape pod on the fleet carrier to teleport myself back, if I wish. So if we do make any serious breakthroughs right now, I do have a get out of jail free card to get home instantly.
Handbrake is on.
Can I just say, this shit looks gnarly as F. Exactly, Ben. Exactly my question, too. Yeah, we speed ran... Last night, I left the bubble. And we got from the bubble to the Distant Worlds Free Flotilla in an hour and 55 minutes. 48,000 light years. I'll be honest, I wasn't really speed running. I was just, you know, moving with pace. It's crazy. Oi, oi, geezer. Where was that? I mean, by definition, you are correct. Like, by definition, yes. When we use a crash pod, we do time travel. My PB Colonia is 40. The world record's 39. I'm so close. You're doing well. The Caspian's outrageous, eh? I tell a lie though. My PB is actually based on going from Colonia to Seoul. Again. Go. Yay. Oh, go, go. They're all going. Yay. The car was. So we found a tellurium crystal shard farm. Very good. Next. Last one, then we'll jump. Even I got my slow ass out to Jax in 64 minutes, and I can't supercharge for shit. Yeah, the Caspian's turned it completely on its head. Like, I remember genuinely last year, or not even last year. Well, yeah, it was early November time. I was doing regular Soul to Colonia speedruns in the Mandalay, and I was trying to break the 60-minute mark. And then I literally bought the Caspian, logged in, instantly did it sub 60 minutes. Like, it was huge. Shrunk the galaxy quite remarkably. $5D. I bet this moon's going to look even cooler than the last. I know someone did mention they liked the music. As I say, if the music isn't your cup of tea, then do pop over to YouTube, where you can listen to the stream with no background music, so you can either play your own or just listen to me chatting over the game. To your preference. I'm afraid I don't monetize. I can't monetize currently on YouTube, so if you do see ads over there, I don't get anything out of that. Whereas on Twitch, I am at least earning. So if you can chuck me a follow on Twitch, it all helps get me in front of people and all that jazz, you know? Shoot it. Nuke them. Nuke them from the skies. If this is crystalline shards again, we'll only go down if the rare element is worth it. It's not. It's bacterium. And fonticular. Digitos. So far, I'm only finding green life. Has anybody found any non-green life in the past, like recently? Ever since the HIP 87621 event, where they gave away the green skins and stuff, I swear green life is now more common across the galaxy. Sorry, yeah, like on SRV survey is telling me right now that the bacterium here is the Bularis type and that it should be lime green. And the fonticular digitos is emerald coloured, which is also green. So, like, each species can come in different colours, and I've not been seeing anything but green stuff for ages. Yeah? Legend. Thank you, thank you. I am so close as well, like, to the monetization on YouTube. It is like, it is mainly just that I need a bunch of extra subscribers. I've got the watched hours, I've got the shorts. Digitos is determined by start. Oh, okay, Exo. I don't know much about Exobio, so it sounds already like you're more knowledgeable than me. So if I do say anything that's nonsense, please do call it out. That's the only way I'll learn. Got enough people in positions of power chatting shit and not getting called out on it. I don't want to be one as a streamer, do you know what I mean? I will not contribute to the race to the bottom. Scanning.
System scan complete.
Look how much fuel we used going around that place.
Fuel scooping
Is that it?
complete.
Wait, what? Gotta be kidding me. So Ben, if you have any questions about the Radicoid experiments we've done thus far, obviously there are a bunch of videos on my YouTube that cover this, so I'd recommend watching them first. But do feel free to ask. Like, we've tested quite a lot, but we haven't tested everything. At all. Like, yeah, there's loads of different types of items we've not tried. Definitely, like, I would say, you know, take an open mindset and just try and see to yourself, when you try to reproduce what I'm saying, what do you discover? Do you know what I mean? And I feel confident that if you approach it with an open mind and you try to test it from different angles, you should arrive to the same conclusion as me, that this appears to be a deliberate feature that they've added. Yeah. It does appear to be to me. And I think it's a sign that there's been a feature to this effect for a very long time and we've never noticed it. So I think that we've been missing the trick quite a bit on some of the deeper mysteries in the game. And now that I think about it as well, like, it makes a lot of sense. Like, there's log reports of things like the mysterious body, which we revisited time skips to see if it was any different. Which is a report, you know, of a body just appearing from nowhere. Well, if it's possible that we've got time travel, then it's not appearing from nowhere, is it? It's just coming from a different time, which doesn't make sense to us. Like, what it appears like is that the physical body just appears from nowhere. But, yeah. I'm doing my best not to tie it directly to Rexler, because I do think that the Radicoida thing is separate. I think what it exposes and what it serves the purpose of is making something about the mysteries of the galaxy very obvious, right? Like, when you drop in, it is very obvious what's happened. It just takes you to have that next step of like, well, hang on, what actually did just happen? And that was what led us to realising that it was actually like a galaxy-wide thing that happens for the whole game session. I'm definitely linking it to Raxler, but... It's a fair quote. It's a completely valid and accurate quote. I have said that in the last week.
System scan complete.
I mean, at its core, and this is a controversial statement, like, that people are struggling with, and there is some evidence that goes against what I'm about to say. for example, if you look inside the ship. This is a faster than light capable ship drive featuring experimental overcharge, blah blah blah. Like my mind is now at the point where this component in my ship, the frame shift drive, I don't see it as an engine anymore. Like I see my thrusters as an engine, and I think the reason that they make it the point that when you're in Super Cruise, your thrusters don't do anything. Right? Like I'm accelerating, but my thrusters aren't responding. Why? Because what's changing isn't my speed. Like, we can, by changing time or speed in space-time, you change what would show in the cockpit on the right there as kilometers per second, right? You can either increase your speed in space-time, which means that when measured with a static clock, your time, the time you get there is predictable based on the speed you're traveling, or you can change time so that time travels differently for you, in which case you don't need to use energy to burn to travel faster. You just make it so that the time that you arrive is the time it would have been if you traveled at X number of speed, right? So that's what I think the frameshift drive does. When you leave a system and you enter that, like, the rift in space-time that it creates, your frameshift drive takes like a temporal snapshot. It like anchors itself to the time of our space-time, and then when you leave, it performs an act of time travel to place you in the place you should be at the time you should be at, as if you'd just left. Rather than, like, what should happen based on physics is if you leave a system and it takes 50 light years away, when you arrive, based on physics, the minimum amount of time that could have passed is 50 years, and it assumes you were traveling at the speed of light. So there's only two ways to break that. You can break it by having higher speeds than the speed of light, or alternatively not having a static time. If you can change what time passes, that, yeah, unless you use it, fair, yeah, valid, an Einstein bridge, but there's no evidence that that's what we're doing, right? Like, all the suggestion is that we're entering witch space, which is this other domain that we don't know much about, other than there's a theory that the Fire Guards might live there. So that's my current theory. Like, I understand that that's what we would pass it to based on the current knowledge of things like Alcubierre drives, right? But that isn't what the law says. Like, I don't mean to be pointed about it, but like, the law doesn't say that that's how it works. It just doesn't. Like, the only facts are what are in the author's books, the game, and the supplementary information. And I know what you're saying, like, based on what we see in the game and what we understand of physics, it looks like in Super Cruise we're using an Alcubierre drive, but it never says that in the game. What it says in the game is when they first developed hyperdrive technology, the experiments had two faulty outcomes. One faulty outcome was that you would have atomic reconfiguration, and another faulty outcome is that you would be misplaced in time misplacement. And then, like, the law never touches on that again. It just goes past it and says a few hundred years later it got miniaturized, and then normal spaceships could have hyperdrives, and like, it doesn't go back into talking about the time thing. But they literally, in the law, it literally says what I'm saying, that like, they seem to be time travel devices, not, this is an interesting system, not engines in the sense that we would imagine it. But I don't know. Like, I think we'll only find out if we keep pursuing this track, you know? I'm just placing... But I do hear what you're saying. Like, I do know why you would say it's bending space around you. Like, certainly how my mind works when I'm in Super Cruise and I'm imagining using the gravity wells of planets to slow me down, 100% that's based on Newtonian physics and relativity. 100%. Like, that physics seems to be modeling that. But that doesn't mean that's how the drive technically works in the lore. Do you know what I mean? Just because that's how they implemented it as a gameplay feature. It's a good question. Yeah, fair, Ben. The carriers are a really good question. So the carriers demonstrate a capability more similar to a Thargoid, right? In that they can high wake into any given gravity well within a system that they know about in advance. I mean, frankly, we just don't know enough. Like, or at least as a community, we haven't been released the lore information that dictates it all. Like, they talk about there being different fuel types that matter. So I do wonder if the Radicoida might have been discovered long ago, or alternative or divergent species of it were discovered long ago, and that was what was constituting some of these exotic fuels, like the Quinterium drive. No one knows, like, other than the authors that have read the truth of this. And no, I like what you're doing there, Ben, when you suggested the alternative solution that would answer it. I fully agree that that's a really important process of knowing that what you're mapping is an accurate landscape, if you know what I mean. It's important to say, well, there is this feature over here that we need to acknowledge exists and could be the answer as well. Do you know what I mean? And that's the same with the whole situation about the time skip. Like, it could be a bug. I am not resistant to that reality. I fully understand on a technical level where this could be a bug. We don't know until we find out, and the only way to find out is to upvote it in the issue tracker so that the developers are forced to tell us. Do you know what I mean? Ultimately, that's the only way to know. I love that paragraph, Rosen. I think that is exactly like where I think people should be at. Like, yes, I agree. I fully agree. Like, the Radicoidas could be a bug. Well, Mark, like, I do ponder, what if we'd have gone down the peaceful route with the Thargoids? Maybe then we would have that technology. You know? Like, with where my mind's at about the Thargoids now, I actually don't think that they are, like, fighting for their life. Or I don't think they've... I think that it's more probable that they exist outside of time.
Just say no to peace.
I agree that the story was written, but we don't know what the meta story is, right? Like, we don't know the big picture, zoom out, see the entire timeline of the galaxy/universe. I think the most likely... Yeah, Maple. I think the thing with the 500 light year limit is what allows them to be specific about where they go. Well, no, I think that's why. The key is that they had alternate paths, right? So just because there was the ability for humanity to wage war against the Fargoids again, and the developers created the gameplay path to support that, us making that decision, it doesn't mean that the Fargoids are implicit. Like, if let's face it, based on the Fargoid tech we've seen, if they wanted to wipe us out, they could. Right? Surely you can see that. Like, at day one, when they sent the Titans and we had no Guardian weapons, they could have just eliminated humanity.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scanned.
Why not, Jodie? What don't you believe? What, that the Fargoids could have destroyed us, sorry, or...
Surface scan complete.
So my current, like, mental model of the story that we're in is informed by Michael Brooks's stuff that he worked on. But I don't think it is multiple paths. Like, I just think that there's the beginning and end is way bigger than what we're talking about. And what you're talking about is, oh, we did this little thing here where we had a war with them. But from the perspective of the Fargoids, it's a complete nothing burger. Like, if they're extra temporal beings that exist outside of time, then to them, like, they won't exist in the same sense that we do. Like, they won't think in the future, I need to make sure I survive and I need to do this in order to survive, blah blah blah. Like, that isn't a thing to them. Like, there always are. Like, there is no time. I know it's hard to get your head round, but so from that perspective, they just observe what happens, and when there are times when, if they go in, they are then in conflict and they will fight. But then when they die, to my mind, it's similar to when we relog when we're like, when you time skip. If you go away from the Radicoida and you log out and log back in, you then come back to real time. I imagine for a Fargoid interceptor that's destroyed in an instance, it's the same thing, and it goes back to witch space. Its consciousness is returned to witch space, and it now has the memory of doing that, and it can choose to go back into that moment. It's what I've been thinking a lot about it, and I think we've only actually fought the same interceptors over and over again, which is crazy to think, but like, the question it raises for me is, why haven't they just gone back in time and destroyed us at the beginning? Which leads me to the path of, well, what if the Fargoids are what we eventually long-term evolve to become, and they can see that in order to keep the galaxy safe and do whatever they're doing in witch space, they have to allow our time to proceed in a certain path, kind of like the TVA, the Time Variance Authority in Marvel. Because they know, Rosen, because they know that the end time destination that they're trying to get to is one where you did do all these things, right? Like, they know that in order for the Fargoids to get created in the future and then escape time, they have to do all those things. Does that make sense? Like, they know both outcomes. It's cyclical, though. At the end of the day, this is pure tinfoil, onion head informed, deep lore reading, like, commentary. It's without authentic data points to back it up, which there are some data points in the lore that do heavily back up what I'm saying. In particular, the way that they mention time misplacement with respect to the original hyperdrives. I think that's a huge smoking gun that we've just overlooked. I really do. I don't think we're putting enough emphasis on the fact that they mention time misplacement. It's really important. They generally err away from talking about time. It's a way from a narrative perspective, it's a way for Frontier to say everything you've done in Elite is what needed to happen to get to the goal they're trying to get to, right? Like it's a way to use time travel in a very loosey-goosey spaghetti way that lets anything happen in between, and then say, right, at this point was when this event happened that meant all of the things before needed to be what happened, and therefore the Thargoids knew, and therefore they sent Kokijo and did the signal and kicked off the Radicoider, which, do you know what I mean? It's like a grandfather paradox cyclic thing. Because it's like, well, where does it end then? Where is the beginning? Where is the... That's what I'm not sure on right now. So don't get me wrong, like, this is all from potentially taking a bug and running it through the lore in my mind and saying, right, how does that reinterpret every different thing? That's where I end up at. I'm not saying it's final, like, it's definitely open for discussion and transformation, because at the end of the day, we don't know the answers to these questions yet. You know, there are only ideas. And it takes sometimes thousands of bad ideas to hit something. You know, I've had hundreds of bad ideas about Raxler in the past, and I've been wrong every time. I've followed them up. I've spent hundreds of hours pursuing things in this game, so like, I'm open to this being wrong as well. But right now, it's got the most deterministic and reproducible evidence I've ever seen of anything in the game, ever. Other than saying, like, oh, if you go and get a weapon blueprint from a Guardian blueprint site, then you can exchange it at a tech broker for a gun, right? Like, that's pretty deterministic and deliberate, and I can go and do it every time. And what I can say to you with confidence is if you approach Radical, if you check the sole orrery mode, or the orrery mode of the system you're in, HIP 87621, and then approach a Radicoider site within 90 kilometers, and then check back, you'll see that everything's moved. And you'll also see that if you pre-plan and tell a friend in the system next door, be in a wing together, and tell them, go and sit, like, not instanced with the moon. Like, one of the best tests that we should set up, and I've not done it properly yet, but I've worked out how we need to do it now. We need someone not time shifted to sit with a view where they're in deep space. So down in the bottom left there, it doesn't say the name of a planet. Like right now I'm in the influence of Suene A4. You want to sit where it says deep space, but you can physically see the moon and Earth, and then have a times... Or a better way to do it is a time-skipped person goes and sets that scene up, and then a non-time-skipped person multi-crews in, so you can get the picture from inside the cockpit, right? You'd set up this view from behind. There's one that should have both. Or is it from the front we'd want to do it? And set the Earth and that behind, right? So I would sit with the Earth and Moon behind me. Someone would multi-crew in, and then they would set up the same camera view and then take the screenshot. And you would see that, like, on my screen, the Moon and Earth are there. And on theirs, there's nothing there. Because that we're literally experiencing different times. It's crazy.
Surface scan complete.
We've still got to go over here and deal with all this yet. I'm not going to lie, this can actually be a decent colony. That's a shame, actually. It won't be as good a refinery with those 3, but we'll have to check them out. It could be worth... it's suggesting that there's no chance of stratum. So we'll probably just do B2, B3, and then leave, I think. What do you need to see? Sorry, just Elite in general, do you mean? Or the time skip in particular? Or power? I mean, definitely just check it. I've got some brilliant footage on my YouTube. The one that Rosen helped me with in particular, I think that is exemplary footage demonstrating it. I think, and like what I mean is go back to the actual stream that footage is taken from, and I'm not joking, I was just sat chilling chatting about it for hours, and there's literally hours of you can just see the 2 screens being offset. Ah, right, Jowly, yeah, no, we've done those tests. Rosen went to the Pleiades. Rosen's an avid pruner of the garden that is the Fargoids. It seems to just be completely the same. Like, the only difference that impacts the game at this stage from being time skipped is that all the planetary bodies are in physically different locations. So the fact that you're in the state becomes quite clear if you play the game with other people, because you end up... I mean, the way I discovered it was I ended up in an argument because someone was saying that it was on the ground. They were on the ground and it was dark, and for me it was light, and I was physically parked next to them on the next landing pad, and I was like, are you gaslighting me? Are you a troll? Do you have a problem? Like, what's happening here? Yeah.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Literally orbital position, which implies time, right? Like the main way to know what the date is in the game and verify that it is actually 3312 is to run forward the orbits of Sol, for example, and that's what they do. That's what they're famous for having done. So yeah, that's what indicates you're experiencing a different time, is that all of the orbits are in different locations. Afternoon, Nicholas. Did I do B? I did do B. What's the last one? B3. Yeah, I know, Jody. So the ones we've discovered so far, like the things that you can actually use it for, involve other players being present. So it's only really pertinent to open or conflict situations. So during a community goal, if you time skip, you can then deliver stuff to the station, and to people watching, like if you're just sat in open waiting for ships, it will look like a player high wakes in, leaves, just goes to the middle of nowhere and then drops out of Super Cruise. But on their screen, they're just going to the station and they just drop out and they instance. And if the player targets you at the last second, there is a chance they'll see your wake teleport across the system to where the destination is. If someone tries to interdict you, you can just direct their interdiction into a planet that isn't physically there for them, so they can't even know to avoid it. Yeah. But what I think is the real long-term situation here, if this is a feature, I think that it will be more akin to the anti-Guardian field that Orthrus first introduced, which was instance-based at first, and then it expanded to the whole system. And I think that theme will take place. So I think right now, it's whatever biological creatures enter that sphere of radius of the creatures gets skipped in time until they lose consciousness and regain consciousness. Out with the perimeter of it. But I think as they grow, the radius will expand to the whole system. And then I think it will be the case that when you jump in to HIP 87621, you'll time skip. And you'll, like right now, we can experience the galaxy. We can experience the space dimensions being forced to respect the time dimension we're now in, right? That's how I would describe what happens when you time shift. Like if you can line it up. So, for example, you aim so that the biosite you're aiming at is directly beneath, like the gas giant on the horizon. And then at the last second, target the gas giant rather than still targeting the biosite, and just remain on your trajectory and glide down. And as you glide, you'll see the thing you've got targeted in front of you teleport behind you and be like hundreds of light seconds in the opposite direction. And it's because, like, that's how I would describe it, is you are being time traveled, and what that means is the space dimensions have to then change instantly in order to respect what you should be experiencing, you know? We've not seen any evidence that it affects any permits yet. But it doesn't mean it doesn't. We haven't seen any positive. We have tried some, and it doesn't seem to make any difference. No, exactly, Drowley. I don't think that right now. I don't think that there is anything else to it. I think that it exists for us to notice that the thing that's extraordinary about this site isn't that it's a slightly bigger fonticular with a blue instead of green stank cloud and the same gameplay from Fargoid's biosites applied somewhere else. I don't think that's what they're trying to say is amazing about it. I think they're trying to highlight that it teleports you in time. What, when you're doing the probe? Like, this line is really valuable because if you shoot at that line, the probe will land on this outer edge of the planet, and that's what that indicates, and that's always true. So the back of the planet, if you just go all the way until it misses, that means that you're shooting way too far out, right? And it's just going to get slingshot round and then shoot off. But halfway between that line and the miss is the back. The horizon line, yeah. I want to leave. I've been in this system way too long. We had a good productive chat though. Got a bunch of probes deployed. How you doing, Noah? It's alright, back cover. We'll get you learned. We'll get you learned up. Get you competent behind the wheel, we will. Don't you love it when you email a company about two things and they just act as if your communication only mentioned one thing, and you're like, wait, like there was... Love that. So useful. Oh no, Jolie. Well, you never know. I mean, it doesn't mean they can't get involved a little bit. Keep the door open. You never know how their life might fall apart. That's what happened to me. That's why I'm in here all the time. Just try to escape the reality of my situation. And hopefully earn a few bucks doing it, you know? Or at least have a good time, eh? At the end of the day, if you're going to survive, it might as well have been fun. Well, you're obviously more than welcome to hook up with any of us lot. I mean, I am the squadron leader of a squadron called It's Only Pixels. Now, we are more targeted at helping newer commanders get to grips with the game, providing them like a really stable home base. But if you do also enjoy that side of things, like helping people out here and there, then it could be a welcoming place for you. But my main goal is to like train people up in the game and then really provide an environment that's quite chill so that there isn't really any angst about moving on from our squadron to more specialized squadrons in certain areas, you know. My goal is to make elite players for life, not just for Christmas, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I really have gotten a lot. I get a lot of fun out. I've got some builds to share with you then. Like my third lance is a purely support third lance. Well, it'd be good to work together, Ben. Like, there's, yeah, like, I'm down. I'm only the squadron leader because it made sense to just do it, you know, rather than try and work within a larger structure. But equally, there's no reason there can't be, like, federations of people that have the same goal. So the nice thing is, Jolie, are you aware of operations that's being built right now? The new feature that's coming out, I mean, really, in a few weeks.
System scan complete.
This part of the galaxy's crazy. So the reason I think the Radicoida have truly been released at the moment, and the reason that they have a time travel component, is I think that they're gonna, like, the way that it will directly impact the game will be that humanity are gonna start mastering it and being able to use it to anchor to specific points in time, which will be the like checkpoint system in the operations feature. So operations is going to be like on foot and in ship wing based like scenarios and events that you can be part of. So I think the indication from what I'm seeing is that they'll likely be based around the old mega ships within the bubble, and also potentially some missions based on the old generation ships. I'm not certain of that last bit, but I'm hopeful that they'll deliver, like, can you imagine the logs that you can source from them being scenarios you play through instead? Anyway, I digress. So operations is meant to be targeted to be similar to CQC or Arena, where it is like, as long as you can dock somewhere, you can do an operation with your friends anywhere in the galaxy. And I think that's how they're going to do. I think this time travel thing will mean that there'll be a new rule that, like, when you are in a station, there'll be like a new kiosk desk, and you go and either get in some chair or you get in like a machine, and it like allows your biological self to travel in time, essentially. So then that way they can excuse how you managed to get to this location. So this was discovered likely by the Honk the honk of a intermediate discovery scanner probably 10 years ago. And little did they know. Little did they know. Gosh. Oh. Wait. Wait. Now that doesn't make sense. I'm incorrect. You're telling me that they were only scanning high metal. So do you think they were doing exobio? Cloud Maxwell. Touche. Well, so yeah, Jowly, I think that it's likely that that's what the whole Dark Wheel situation is, and Raxler. I think that it is likely that, like, the thing that we discovered in the mid 2500 to 2000, so it was 2800 that the first hyperdrive technology was created, but the first human colony was in the 2200s. So there was 600 years where we just used thrusters and time and building ships big enough for people to just have entire families and generations of families on these ships and then arrive. Like, that was how it started. Oh, yeah. Rosen, you're a legend. Can I'll get it on now, and then that way... Oh! Oh my god, I didn't notice this. Someone's just highlighted that the most recent... The Casimir effect is a physical force arising from a quantized field, for example, between two uncharged plates. Dr. Roy Casimir. Guys, it just keeps getting clearer and clearer. I mean, someone pointed out the best bit, which is that, you know, obviously there's the it's the infamous first time that I truly predicted it. In that the short where it happens at 88 kilometers, which immediately was like, what? Time travel at 88 something? Ooh. But also the nearest system to HIP 87621 is 0.88 light years away. Like, I'm sorry, but if I was trying to direct your attention to time travel in this game, I'd use cultural references. Dividing sheets. I want to, but I have my sheets spread open. All right, I'm with you. I'm with you. Sorry, I wasn't catching up with previous. So Commander Rosen is gonna. That was what I was meant to be doing. I got distracted by other things in Discord. So if anybody in chat would like to, oh dear. Right, hang on. Let me just lock in on this arrival. If you would like to experience the time shift, Commander Rosen can currently help you with that. All you need to do is send Commander Rosen an in-game invite as a friend. And then multi-crew into a ship, and you will time shift. You will but you won't experience it fully at that stage. Ah, Commander Brown Red, yes. I've already done so much, man. Like I'm tapped out at the moment, but I will come back soon. Like, I've got tomorrow's speed run thing that I'm doing, and then depending on how long that lasts, we'll go from there. But like, unless something directly kicks off on DW3, sorry, I know I'm fucking up the screen right now. Just bear with me. I'm got so much going on. How's that? I will just be like a font of knowledge. Like, you just ask questions. Ask all the questions. I will repeat myself all day long about it. I love it. I love it. I've done so much learning, and Rosen will catch me when I mess up and misspeak. And we're like a science machine.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
I'm sorry, I will get onto that, the next planet, in a sec, but I just need to get some links together and stuff for you lot. Like, in particular, I need to have the issue tracker linked, and Ah! It was basically like between me and Rosen, because we were trying to work out why one of my viewers was gaslighting me by saying that they were in the dark when I was literally on the pad next to him in the light, and I'd had a huge row with him for like probably probably 40 minutes of my stream was just me absolutely going at this person. Ross, he's now a mod on the channel. I don't know if he's here today. It's been really busy recently, but yeah, I was livid. I was absolutely seething at him. And then it turned out that we got on Discord and I could see it with my own eyes. So then we had to start stepping back and working out what had happened. At first, we put it down to just being timestamps. We were like, it was probably that he was in Canada and I'm in Britain, and the time difference, because there'd been maintenance that day, and it was literally like either the day or the day after they'd released the Radacoida. Like, we'd got the permit. I was at the middle of all of the investigation into it, like doing lots of work, trying to work out, like, break apart all of the different encryption on the various beacons and stuff that led us to HIP 87621. So I was all over that side of it. I was in there immediately when it released on that with the update at 4 o'clock. I flew down to it. I saw it go crazy. I was like, oh, that's buggy. Like, I remember commenting on it. I think the VODs are gone now. I did the exobyte, and I remember on the day saying, like, well, this is underwhelming, because I'd only just recently experienced the Fargoid Spire sites for the first time. So for me, it was super underwhelming, because it was like, well, this is literally what I was doing last week at the Fargoids, just on one of those fonticular mushrooms instead. It was what I said at the time. And then the next day, I logged out at the Radacoida so that at the beginning of my stream the next day, when I logged in, they appeared in front of us, which obviously now I know time skipped me. And I proceeded to do some exobio, hand it in, fly back to the home colony, and start hauling with the community. And that was what resulted in this instance where there was someone that he wasn't interested in any of that story at all. He'd like not gone near it, he didn't jump in there, he wasn't interested at all. He was still quite new. He was just interested in doing hauling and learning, like earning money and like, you know, like just get, yeah. So it just so happened that him complained, and because he was new, he doesn't like landing on the dark side of planets, whereas to me it's not even something I would ever even mention. Like, I don't even think about it. So like, there's so many facets to it that were chance. And thankfully Rosen was there and just at the time said, like, we did, I remember saying on the day, like, maybe it was, we'll do our best, but take care, swing back when you get into it all. On the day I remember saying maybe it was related to the Radacoida, and then Rosen was like, I've just got to find out. And it was when Rosen went and said, wait, there's like this weird situation happens when you drop in. And then I said to him, right, like I brought up the orrery of my home colony, which I knew that he'd also been to, and I said, right, do it and then look at the orrery of my colony. And he was like, fuck, it's different. I was like, what do you mean? He was like, it's different, all the things are in different places. And that was what started the whole investigation, like that. And then we started looking for an astronomical clock, which we agreed we kind of have to use Sol, because Sol is special. Like, 1 year is only a year at Sol, right? Like, although it's not strictly true, if we can find other places that have bodies that are at 1 AU and orbit in 365.25 days, then we can use them to easily see a year. But it's not necessary anymore anyway. I've now got the process we need to follow to get the legitimate objective data that we need. So now it's just a case of doing that experiment. Yeah, if someone in chat could do it, that would be a great test on Rosen's part. So you can see that on the stream in the top right, it would be good. What should happen is when you load in at the origin point of the Radacoidas, not at Rosen's local time. So you'll see the gas giant in a different location. Like, you'll see a different scene to what you see on my stream if you look at the stream next to your screen, if you hop over to him. And obviously you can do that from anywhere in the galaxy, so if you're playing Distant Worlds 3 at the moment, you could hop in and witness this. It's crazy. Oh, is the gas giant just gone?
Surface scanned.
It's gone.
50%. Surface scan complete.
More crystalline shards? What is the situation here? Probably tellurium. We should go and check. Because if it's not and I need it, I will collect a bunch. So yeah, do be sure to add Commander Brown Bread. He's in open.
Orbital flight engaged.
Why is it in all this shitty pockmarked area? Oh, not over there. That's quite good. It's a shame how much of the features of the planet get drowned out by the DSS. Hopefully I can find some decent patches here. Nice. GG's, boat. I mean, to earn that sort of money by travelling somewhere else is sick, isn't it? It's basically free money. I see no crystalline shards in the open. Exactly, you'd be like me, mate. I've struggled to do 30 jumps today.
Landing gear retracted.
Get the old tummy going, doesn't it? Hey, I know, don't worry. It's on purpose. Oh. Wait. Did I not see multiple crystal dudes? Was it just where the terrain's doing its... the old shuffle? They'll probably say this is part of the time travel as well. Just make all the bugs in the game part of time travel. Instancing together, time travel. Fuck you. Land, please. I think we'll just run for this one and fly. I don't think we'll drive. This terrain looks horrendous. So these crystalline shards, they're not worth a lot, but... oh, maybe I should have driven, actually. I want to maybe collect some. Oh well. They're good for collecting resources, like things that you can use, for example, doing frameshift drive synthesis. I think that, respectfully, there are many that don't want to comment on bugs if they do turn out to be bugs, which I do fully understand. And also, there's another angle which might be if we are very close to the truth, or potentially nailing it, elite partners and that might well know. They might have been briefed on all this and know where it's heading deliberately in order to work with Frontier, right? I don't know how much they would reveal, but there might be certain parts of it that they've been told not to. I don't know that. I don't know what sort of editorial control Frontier exert on them. But obviously it's a give and take relationship, isn't it? So... I think the other part of it that's hard is because of the way that a lot of the traditional elements of the... Wait, I did sample it, didn't I? Did I not just get the sample? Did I run up to it and then run off? I'm so confused. It's saying I didn't do it. I'm washed. I'm totally washed. What the fuck? Do we just leave? Do we just leave? I feel like I don't deserve to cash this in now. Oh, man. What the fuck? Oh, crazy. It's 100% how the club operate in the law. DW3 in history, I reckon, will go down as being like the ultimate false flag. Because it's taken the primary force that fought the Fargoids away from the bubble. I can't believe I just did that. Proper numpty behaviour, that is. Oh, wow. Holy shit. I really do, I'm inclined to agree. But, like, real bad. Oh, God. Don't know about the ship being there. Feels like now that I'm doing it, the ship is a problem. I'm gonna go on the Mandalay. That's even better. That's so much better. Yeah. Where's the triple elite sign? Is it over here? It's right there. Okay. What we do is we stand and look. Crouch. Okay. Now that's a fucking screenshot. I think, like, what's rough, right, is, you know, I've had a few disappointments with Frontier over the last few months. Like, I am a bit frustrated about the operations thing. But, you know, if it turns out that the reason for operations is to serve a broader story goal, then it may well be that it's in the same way that I feel like colonization was a complete non sequitur at first. Like, it just didn't make sense. No one was calling out for colonization as a big thing. Like, it is really cool and it's fun to do with people and that. And, like, I'm not challenging the validity and value of it as a feature set, but just like do you know what I mean? It just, if they were going to build anything, I was expecting them to start talking about ship interiors, and that's what everyone talks about as the next thing. And then atmospheric planets, they're the two things that everyone talks about. But now I can see how if they do start this process where the radicoids start to grow and we can't stop it and it just grows in a bubble, eventually the bubble of humanity will get covered by it and it will get locked in time, like I imagine the Col 70 sector might be and other areas around the galaxy that we can't visit. And I imagine when that happens, colonization will be very important, and perhaps operations will be an important part of that as well, that I just can't foresee at the moment, you know? Holy shit, this is a legit field. This is a farm. Okay. What I could also see, though, is if the operations take place in different times, then obviously Radicoida would be very useful for that. If the symptoms we're evidencing are supported as time travel in the lore. Do you know what would be hilarious? Is if Ross ends up being the core reason that we go on to discover Raxler, because he was moaning about having to land on the dark side of a planet. If that's what it turns out to end up being, I will be A, over the moon, and B, like, that would just be so poetic and hilarious. I will never complain at him again about whinging about it being dark. So is anybody going to hook up with Rosen? He's just chilling. The longer he sits in it, the longer down the path of time shift he goes independently. So the more dramatic a difference you'll see between what you log into and what's currently being streamed up top on the stream. So if you do get a few minutes just to log into the game and you fancy seeing it for your own eyes, this is a really beautiful way to do it. And I really thank you, Rosen, for being logged in like this. It helps spread the word, doesn't it? Gives people fewer excuses for giving it a try, especially if you're away in DW3. Obviously, I am also aware a lot of people that are here have already exhausted it and seen me exhaust it, and they don't need any more proof. So there are true believers. We're gonna uncover it. Aiming to land just after the rocks, but underneath the rear thruster. Ah, fucked it. Bad. I think what's possible is that those missions targeted specific things that caused the time skip, but it was not obvious to people what was happening, and they didn't notice, and they left it for ages and no one noticed, so then they were like, okay, this is the wrong path. That's what I think. I think that if we retrace those steps, there may well still be things in the game that also cause a time skip, that then make Raxa discoverable. Yeah. That's what I reckon.
Landing gear retracted.
But I never followed that quest line. I didn't make Elite before they were added. Back then it wasn't easy to make Elite. I had a full-time job, a kid, everything. Like, I had an adult life, you know what I mean? Oh, I get that I am still an adult, but I've definitely just embraced. I was like, if she's going to call me a man-child, I'll just be a fucking man-child, I guess. I wasn't being a man-child, and I was called one. So I might as well just be it. I think that's what they say in it. Villains aren't born, they're made. Anyway. I don't think I'm a villain, but anyway, yeah. Off we go. Let's leave. Next place. Well, I mean, so they didn't remove the system that the Dark Wheels missions took, right? Like, the Dark Wheel missions appeared in exactly the same way that tip-off missions appear from the Mysterious Stranger, right? And once you got it, it didn't appear in your transactions panel or anything. You just had it as like this. It would just appear like that, in like a message, and you could read it and then do what it says. So that system still exists. All they removed is that particular trigger. So currently, it used to be that you had to get to Elite, go to Shinrata Desrata, notice that there was a Dark Will faction there, and then deliberately boost up your reputation with them. Now, what I find curious is, as far as I'm aware, the tip-off missions were not in the game back then. I don't know that, though. They could have been, and I could be mistaken. I don't want to speak on too certainly there, and I'm trying to overstate, like, I'm not certain. But I think the tip-offs were added after. And what I know for sure is that the first message you receive when you log into the game is from a mysterious stranger. And it is a mysterious stranger that gives you the tip-off missions as well. So I don't know if there's a connection between them and the Dark Will, but I've not pursued the tip-off missions, so I don't know.
System scan complete.
What we'll do, we'll go to the end destination, then I'll look around there for G2Vs. We've got any takers on Rosen's experiment? Still alone? Do you have Odyssey Bite? Or do you play in Horizons? Because I believe that... Yeah, Karma? Yeah, nice one. You can see it with your own eyes. So if you add Commander Brown Bread in the social tab, he'll accept you, and then you just request a multi-crew. That's interesting, Bite. I didn't realise that. Okay. I mean, I've received the tip-offs, but I've never gone to see what's there, except for once, back, like, maybe a few months back. And when I tried it a few months back, it was horrendous, and I got owned.
Fuel scooping complete.
Locking in.
System scan complete.
What's the orrery crashed ship? I don't know what you mean by that. I do know what you mean. When you type the other version, yeah, I know what you mean. You going in? Yes. Bad Karma's going in.
Fuel scooping.
So Karma, you're about to see the difference. It should be that what you see
Complete.
is not the star right in the view. You should see a gas giant there. And if you, do you know how to do like head look mode so you can look around? If you look up, you should see the star up above. I think so, Bite. Yeah, I think so. I think that. I think that these things are hidden in time, not in space. So we've been looking in the wrong dimension. And what we should be doing is trying to find ways that we can time skip to a specific moment in time. And then we'll be able to find certain things. It's also the only way that they could attach dynamic things to bodies in systems based on time, like, or based on anything. Like, well, it's not the only way, to be fair. They could do it so that, like, you know, if you've got an elite level in something, then you can see that there's stations there. That could also be a thing. They could anchor it on anything, to be fair, or trigger it by anything. Couldn't they? Any variable in your profile that you load from their server or you agree on with their server, they could use that as a trigger. So it could be a combination of things in those other deeper mysteries. We don't know. All I'm trying to like really send home the message of is that even if they come back and say that the radicoider is a bug, it doesn't change that from those other mysteries perspective, this is a new like thing, like Rosen put earlier. Like, we have to start looking at the time via the orrery mode. I think the orrery is key. So, Bad Karma, you have now experienced it. Now, unfortunately, when you leave the multi-crew situation and return to your ship, you'll revert back to normal time. But what you can do is if you go into the system map and look at the position of different bodies, you'll be able to see that they move based on, like, when you look at them now, take a screenshot, then when you leave the ship and you teleport back to yours, you technically lose consciousness and regain consciousness, which seems to restore this time experience thing. Don't know how that works. I guess they'll have some lore experience, like reason why consciousness interacts outside of time or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what would answer that. Why logging out and logging in is the key.
Fuel scooping complete.
What do you lot think? Why would they pick that? Wait, was that a gas giant? No, it's just picked up that data from somewhere else. Okay. What's that bite? Sorry, you can't find the ship if you aren't close to it. What, you mean the Aurora crashed ship? All sensors have a range of 1,000 light seconds, so you can never detect things on the planet's surface further away than that. Unless they're explicit ones that the developers have tagged must always be shown, if you know what I mean. I think there are some, like Guardian Ruin sites, that appear at any range.
System scan complete.
Yeah. Oh, look at that sunset happening. Oh, that's beautiful. And I'll bet this is well. Oh, I bet Karma's gone. It stopped. What? Or I guess it's just stopped being so noticeable because we're now in the shade, so it's smoother now. Whereas before it was like you could see it stepping, couldn't you? %100% bite. It's mad, isn't it, Karma? Like, you literally saw them between the two screens. It's completely different. It's mental. I totally agree, Bite. Yeah, I mean, I've done the same. I've done that. And I've done the opposite as well. I've travelled out a long way to places hoping that, you know, being able to count that there's 8 moons. And, you know, like running back from work to turn on my PC to kick off the Super Cruise journey. Fully throttle, line it up, get to full speed, then angle down to them, then come back, like, take the dog for a walk and have a doob. Come back, see that it's nearly arrived, hit C to start slowing down. Like, I've done that shit. Yeah, I've done that. GG's, Hammerland. Thank you, everyone. Hydrate. And all who are able, rise. I've been there. Oh, gosh. Stop. Stop. I mean, this shit's under my skin, guys. Like, I can't describe it. I'm dreaming about it and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm literally at night. I feel like I'm Doctor Strange in that scene when he's first learning and he learns how to astral project. And then even when he's sleeping, he's researching. Like, I feel like that's what is happening. It's not stopping. Like, I don't stop thinking about this at all. It's so in my brain, rent free.
Come here. I don't know. I'm trying to, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I think perhaps, if you take that comment in light of it, if in truth it is something like the time skip, right? So what we should have been looking for was sudden changes in the skybox and the position of planets. We just don't talk about that. It's not something that we look for. It's not something that's ever come up. Do you know what I mean? Then I think it's kind of fair to say you're playing in the wrong way in that sense. Like, if your goal is to find these mysteries, then I just don't think we've been near the ballpark of that at all. Do you know what I mean? SCO. The looping in Super Cruise. I would love to experience that in VR. I can't run it and stream it. My rig just can't cope. Same as it ends up being like when I was playing Half Sword last night, where you end up watching it at like a slideshow. And for me it's fine, but...
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
It's got everything I don't want. Great. I've just realised as well, let's turn off. We don't need... Did you see it, Jowly? It's beautiful, isn't it? And then how beautiful do the mushrooms look once they set as well? I don't know, obviously I assume that's a new site for you, like... I've joked, Charlie, about creating, and we could create this, it would be funny, of creating an extension that people can anonymously log into and then input what their annual salary is. So that as I stream, I can collate the economic impact my streams having on like distracting people from their jobs. Like, how much money do people get paid today to watch my stream? Because without a doubt, there are like big checks being written by companies for some of you lot. And all day you just got me nattering away in your ear. I would love to set up a way like that worked. Can you imagine? Somehow. Just find some like wealthy philanthropist that's willing to believe it's like a sociological experiment. So as I say, I do run music over on Twitch, a multi-stream on Twitch, Kick and YouTube. Kick's kind of a nothing burger though, nothing's happening over there, it just exists because it can. Probably will stop it soon, to be honest, it's been nothing but hassle. But YouTube's fantastic. There's no music on YouTube because A, their content ID system's pretty aggressive. And they don't provide the facility for me to strip an audio track out in the recording, which Twitch do. so I can like confidently use stuff in a transformative manner live in Twitch and then not break copyright by copying the music I don't have the right to copy on Twitch's hard drive. Do you know what I mean?
Surface scan complete.
I do just like to highlight that for people. So like the full experience I'm responding to is on Twitch because I've got the music as well. And if a funny song comes on or whatever, I might start singing. That's fair. But yeah, YouTube is completely valid, but there's no music there. The tomorrow's stream will be different. I'm going to be running it as a subathon, which is kind of a Twitch land thing, really. It will be going out to YouTube for the first 12 hours, and if it exceeds that, if I get enough subs to exceed it, I think I'll leave it as YouTube Twitch exclusive while that continues. But then my stream will continue as normal on all channels once that concludes. Which I've never seen a subathon do particularly well in Elite Dangerous, so I'm not expecting it to succeed, to be honest. But you don't try, you don't find out, right? When we get to the end destination, I will be needing to do some planning for tomorrow's thing. There's a bunch of blueprints I need to work out. I need to do a little bit of planning about like exactly what I'm going to do, so I'm not just fumbling at the beginning and like doing all that planning in that stream, you know. I want it to be locked in where we just start the stream, wipe the account, and then start from scratch. And then the finish state will be whichever comes sooner, like the subathon clock counting down, or me getting to the point where I've got a fully meta PvP engineered Python Mark II, which is non-trivial, although I do know many ways. Although I'm well gutted that Soon Till Relics just finished being at 400 tons. Don't even... I just can't even believe it. I could have literally smashed out all the merits for all of the power play weapons in like 2 shipments. Wait. It's a sheet hole. 3 jumps. And yeah, Charlie, Twitch isn't much better now, by the way. Actually, that's kind of worse. Like they drew a line in the sand at basically no nipples, no genitalia or nipples. And technically, women aren't allowed to show excessive cleavage, which is probably a bit harsh on lard-breasted women, but here we are.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete. System scan complete.
Leave. 2 jumps. We're nearly there. We're nearly at the oh, is that it there? Oh, that looks pretty, doesn't it? Oh, is that where we're going, do you think? I bet it is. Yeah, fair. You're probably not wrong. I think we definitely do have... I can remember a time when I was a kid and I'd never seen anything like that.
Fuel scooping.
And I'd never seen any like dodgy videos of... I've seen everything you can imagine now, do you know what I mean?
Fuel
And
scooping complete.
it was a different world back then. because I just didn't know stuff. So yeah, it's
System scan complete.
what we know. It's intrinsic, isn't it? That is fantastic. Okay, this is going to be really sketchy, right? If you're new, just relax. Okay, I've got this, I think, under control. Ooh. Okay, black hole time. Oh, no, sorry, yeah, just to be clear as well, sorry, Jolly, I wasn't trying to push anyone over to Twitch at all. It's just so that people know there's the option, you know?
System scan complete.
You see, King Shadowbolt, that's just selfish, isn't it, eh? Do you think that's Post Malone? Can you imagine if Post Malone... Fair, Jowly. I mean, I'm just candid about the reality of it, right? So, my YouTube isn't monetized at all, but it's worth, like, the discoverability on YouTube is outrageous. Like, the amount of people that are finding what I'm doing and watching the videos and interacting on the chat of the live stream is insane compared to anything I've ever experienced on Twitch. So I feel like Twitch is like where people would end up if they want my full experience, because you'll get my music as well. And then if they want to support me financially, that's the only place you can directly. But then I can change that. Like, I've got direct links to ways to support me. Isn't this just fantastic, though? What is that light source down there? So, yeah, bad karma. Make sure that you've definitely unlocked her fully. By handing in the meta alloy, and that you could do engineering if you chose. Then hand in the exploration data to Universal Cartographics. Perfect. Then you might need to log out and log back in order to get the result. So it might look like it's done nothing. Wow. Is Twitch good for cam girls? I think there's certainly a large volume of female streamers on Twitch that will happily funnel you into an alternative site where they may or may not entertain such requests. And if I'm honest, if I was conscious that there is a large market of it, I don't know, I might do it. No, I don't think I would, actually. I think it is a personality thing, isn't it? If my daughter didn't exist, I probably would, if I'm honest. But she does exist, and I would never wish that on a child. Do you know what I mean? Hope. Fair. How did it treat you? Oh, so close, bad karma. So I would get the rest by rolling then, but obviously you need to come back if you haven't got any materials. That was a good stand.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Another. So again, Commander Brown Bread is in chat. Wake atypical FSD wake scans. Yeah, that sounds about right. Welcome to the never-ending need.
Fuel scooping complete.
You wait until you mean you need data mined wake exceptions. Oh yeah. Now they're a motherfucker, those data mined wake exceptions. Now you can acquire data in other ways. The main wake, like any wake related data, you need to have a wake scanner. And then you can just go to a busy station. And as ships come and go, they'll leave wakes behind and you can just scan the wakes. And then over time it will pop up and it'll say like, oh, you found this material. Or yeah, you can farm Jameson, which is mind numbing, and I wouldn't recommend doing. Like, I'd recommend not rushing the engineering and letting it be something that builds up as you play the game, and then like when you revisit them later, you'll be able to just do a bunch of engineering based on how you've played the game, if you know what I mean. No worries, Karma, no worries. You come back, we'll get that Dharma. No problem, our pleasure. You take care, you're welcome back at your leisure. 07, Commander.
System scan complete.
Nada. Nada, 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 nada. It's a big boy, isn't it? Got a landable H-moon with biological signals. Gonna have to give that a probe, and no, I don't really have a choice. Can't call myself an independent Raxel hunter and not scan an 8th moon of an unnamed gas giant that's over 1,000 light seconds from the jump-in point. Holy bejeebus. As I'm saying, sorry, so Rosen is available at the Radicoider in open, so you can log into the game in open, chuck Commander Brown Bread an invite, even if you're in DW3, and then multi-crew to experience the time travel for yourself. What you'll experience is when you load in, you will load into the origin point that the Radicoider sends you back to, and when you look out the front window of the ship, you will see a different scene to what's up there on the stream. You will not be in darkness. You will see the gas giant in front of you.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
The Tubus is worth a few bob. I'm going to go and get this, and then I'll quickly show you that. I'll log out, log into open, just to demonstrate to everybody what I mean. And then I need to do this planning for tomorrow's adventure.
Orbital flight engaged.
What's the problem? Yeah, but why too fast? I had my throttle set as I always would. It didn't make any sense. Like,
Since the beginning of the universe, no greater an event has occurred than this. You have done it. You have followed hash.
thank you so much.
Flight assist.
No, I know it didn't. I do understand what happened, sorry. I just don't get why it didn't slow down. Like, normally at that angle and stuff, I've done it a lot, and it should have been relatively chill, but not this time. As the system learns your preferences, it will adapt, I'm sure. This has taken a hell of a lot longer than I anticipated. Oh, were you in vertical right now? Yeah, it works really elegantly, doesn't it? Ah. We'll do the old triple run round. This should be handled, not watched. I've only just caught up with what you're talking about then. I am of the proclivity to agree, but... Oh! Oh! Space flowers! It's red as well. Okay, okay. Good. Nope. This way. This place is not easy to drive in. Also, 800 meters sucks. I think I've done it. I think this one will be okay. Come on, don't be like 790. Might be able to edge it. Hi, Ross. How are you? Oh dear. Ah! Love that. Love that for you. In hindsight, it would have been quicker to have flown, but I've committed now, and the ship's just departed, so it's fine. If there weren't 3 different types here that I was going to get, I wouldn't have bothered. Nice. Rotate. Ooh. That went really well, actually. I nailed that. Nice. Power. Bro, I'm starting to feel like maybe you should just leave off the whole computer stuff. Like, I don't know. You ain't having much luck, are you? Well, yeah, except for deleting everything off the hard drive, right? Burn it up. Yeah, you're not wrong, actually. I've had my days where I end up not being able to stream because some shit's gone randomly wrong and I didn't change anything, so I do understand. I'm just, I might be a bit sore from yesterday's discussion about your Sound Blaster Z audio card, so... Good. I'll be with you any minute, Rosen. I'm just going to get these last few samples. Little application called Discord, mate. Cheeky little invention. Little old... It's a little old technical marvel. %, dude. It's a shame more people from Distant Worlds 3 aren't interested, to be fair, because, like, this is an incredible way for them to experience it without the excuse. Not sure it's moving. What do you mean? I mean, it went from daytime to light. He's trolling us again. He's at it again. Ross is the real reason that we discovered time travel. I think it's fair to say. Like, despite it requiring Rosen and I's combined, like, nearly 20 years of experience in the game to actually diagnose what was happening repeatedly over time and then be able to talk about it in a way that is meaningful. Ultimately, the catalyst was you, Ross. What's happening? What's happening? It looks like it's going to hit me. Go away. Maybe you can now that you understand more. But on the day when we were talking about it, I remember quite vividly, you were just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why you think I'm being a dick. I'm just telling you what I see. It's dark. And I'm like, but you could also see my screen and my ship, and this makes no sense. 100% bite. So, oh, you want to drive that thing underneath the bottom, do you? I'm going to put this lump right in the middle. So, you've obviously all seen the screen above for quite a while on this stream, right? Agreed, yeah, no, I agree. I agree. 50,000 light years, almost exactly. Oh, that's sick. Sheesh.
Incoming telepresence request.
Don't ask what's happening now. Connecting to helm. What does that mean? So, we should see the same thing that he sees, right? Because the game is an MMO about playing the game together and seeing the same things, right? That's the core feature of the game, is that. And yet, alas, Are you wanted? No. There he is. It's daylight. Witness the science. The mystery. We have tested that, and it doesn't appear to work that way, no. Yeah, so we can stack them, but not cumulatively. It's only you can only experience one time, and the time you're experiencing starts when you either log in or enter the sphere of a radicoider. At that moment where you enter the influence of a radicoider, you time travel back to seemingly a specific point in time. Now, what we could do right now is possibly do the big experiment that I'd like to do. In fact, can we do a quick experiment, Rosen, of just jump into another system and seeing if I get journal entries for scans that you do? Or can you assign me to the exploration suite? We're both back in time, but Rosen went back in time like an hour or two ago. So I've gone back in time to the start of when Rosen went back in time. So we're in the same place, in the same ship, but we're both experiencing the external world at different times. Like, very clearly, right? Like, no. If we cancel multi-crew now, we will teleport back to our ship, and it will be as if we log in fresh, which will mean we will not be time skipped because we are not at a radicoider. But for example, if I look at the system we were just in, fuck, can I even find it? Oh yeah, if we fly away, we'll experience the whole galaxy from these two offset positions. What's even funnier is it's not about the ship, it's about the biological person. The ship isn't time traveled. The ship is here in real time. Not the ship isn't here with the gas giant over there, and the ship isn't here in the dark. The ship is here in real time. As if, yeah. So right now, Rosen, if you were to take off and jump to another system, can we do the test? Do you mind? It's got to be somewhere that's unexplored for both of us. So, what's your jump range? Okay. think that'll do, won't it? That one? Is that unexplored for you? Was it unexplored for me? Didn't even check. Yep, it's unexplored for me. So, Rosen, before you depart, let's talk through what test we're going to do. Or you can depart and we can just talk through it. It's fine. So, if you navigate to there and jump there, do the FSS... Where did you last dock? We're going. Oh, so we should see teleportation stuff happening. There, yeah, oh! That was SCO though, that's what that was. It just took me by surprise. Right, the first test is, do I get events from this? So, yeah, I'll go and get that up. Okay, don't scan anything just yet. No, yeah, we're good, we're good. Okay, yeah, I've got the events coming. So if you can now do like a honk and then an FSS.
Analyse du système terminée.
On non? Non, on oui. Is there anything here? Is there nothing here? Oh shit, we need somewhere that's got orbital periods. Wait, what? Now I'm confused because is this giving me... What's SRV survey telling me? SRV survey thinks I'm in HIP 87621. I turn that off for now. So the goal would be we jump somewhere together that we've neither of us have been. Right now we're offset in our situation, right? So we would want to scan it so that we both get the scan events, and that's the first test I'd like to do, is just see, do I get the scan events when you scan a body? So far it doesn't look like I do. So we might not, I might not be able to help with this test. And then the next step is going to involve you hitting a rebuy, and I understand if you don't want to do that. I have not. I have not. That was me. So the procedure will be, we'll jump in, honk, FSS stuff. We should both then get a bunch of scan entries in our journals where we're in slightly offset time skip states, right? So what we should be able to clearly see is the exact difference in our time skipped states. That will be the first validation point that we'll use from our entries in our journals. Then we need to rebuy so that I disconnect and you reset and come out of the time skip. I'll multi-crew back to you, jump back to this system, rescan it all again and get the same data together, right? We should then have 3 sets of scans. Oh, no, it kicked me. Fuck's sake. I can get you to that.
We advise that all commandos be aware of their speed while in and around the starport. Thank you for your cooperation.
Do you know what? Don't worry. This is fine. This is fine. Have you already honked in that? If you can invite me again to multi-crew. Oh, you legend. Not honked yet. What a scientific master of control. You are controlling the option space of this experiment admirably. So now you're time skipped and I won't be, right? So this will be an even better experiment. If you, after this, will go and land at HIP H7621 and people will see you glide down. Don't go near a biosite and you'll see, like, completely different.
Incoming telepresence request.
Okay, I'm back in. Yes, please.
Analyse du système terminée.
Didn't get them. I didn't get the... Ah, fuck. Yeah, I'm not getting them. Not getting the events. Okay, so it doesn't look like we'll be able to get both data points, but if you want to now self-destruct and then come back here and do that process again, honk it again, but in non-time skipped, we'll at least know... I would like to witness this. I see you doing it. We'll at least know, like, within a few hours what the exact time skip is from this data, I believe. What happens if you do this? Does it... Oh, you can't do it with me there. That's interesting.
Oh, okay. Yes. This should yield a series of journal entries where the real-time UTC timestamps are coherent, but the mean anomalies vary. And it is this variance we need to use to calculate the total. So I am using AI, obviously, to do the scripting, just because I can't be fucked to write it myself. I will always check what it runs, though, so I don't just blindly use AI. It's really important that you're responsible with it. It's a powerful tool. So, I think you're done, aren't you? Oh. Wait, is it not working? What the hell? What the fuck? Why isn't it scanning the star? Have you honked? Oh. What the fuck was that about? Anomalies. Okay, now, Rosen, sir. What now? I need to get you this. So if you can go to, I've just DM'd you a string, which will get you into your journal file, but you need to go into like C drive, U, and then the saved games directory first. What's it doing? Now it's up to you how much you want to send me, mate. Like, feel free to, like, there is no personal information at all in the journal file. It should look exactly like this one that you've got. Yes. There is a resurrect event. That's interesting.
Sorry that I'm not speaking at all. Nice one, Rosen. Thanks for that. Sorry, it's just where I'm locked in trying to orchestrate the AI. So I want to just keep the edited one because it's simpler. So yeah, like, so I think what it hadn't built in yet is that idea that this system might not be ideal for quantifying it, but we did get a value then. Should be 0 guesses. Don't use any guesses. What are you talking about guesses? Don't be coming at me with guesses, smartphone. So the objective here is to get a simple... Sorry, right now I'm using Visual Studio Code, but I have GitHub Copilot. So it's integrated with like all of the AIs. I've done quite a lot on stream of like developing applications using AI. So like we built this on stream. This product was built completely using AI. I didn't write a single line of code for it, but the whole thing exists free online to help small businesses dealing with like complicated GDPR requests. It's pretty powerful. Yes, for a single body, it's simple maths, but there's a modulo wraparound issue that makes it not uniquely solvable unless you add an extra constraint. Right, but we have 400 billion systems we could pick from, so let's not overcomplicate the logic here. We can just try another system. Obviously not you, Rosen, you've done enough. If anyone else can try it, there's loads of people interested in doing science. So if I can get this Python script together and just make it available to people, then they can just run this locally themselves. And ideally, I'll set it up so that it just watches their journal file, and then it will have a UI that will just say, like tell me the system you're going to jump to. You paste it in, you then jump there, you do the FSS scans while you're time shifted, or vice versa. I mean, you can do it any way round, right? It doesn't matter what way round you do it. But what you need to do is go somewhere, scan it for the first time to get the scan results in your journal, self-destruct so that you lose the cartographic data when you die, respawn, go and time skip, and then scan that same place again. And then what that means is you then end up with this sort of data where you have all the scans in the time skip state and all the scans not in the time skip state. And then what we're looking for well, but it will only be it will say it hasn't moved if it was missing. It wasn't missing. There was one missing though. Look, we don't have body 4. So I wonder if can't be helped. It's so hard to scan stuff in a consistent order, isn't it? No, it was just where I think where Rosen couldn't. It's hard to know like what you're looking at, isn't it, when you go into the FSS? So look at this. 6 minutes later, this same row was created, right? And you can see that it moved from this far to this far, right? But its orbital period, okay, is really long as well. Or I don't know what this is in, actually. Right, let's just check the data that it's asserting here, because these things can get a little bit ahead of themselves. So it's saying body 1, 17382. Four four zero, and then it moves 385. Okay, I agree with its numbers. Compute the modulo time, fraction of orbit. Oh, Okay, there should be absolutely no guesswork involved at any part of this script. It should... No. It must only use source data and do straightforward calcs. There should be two valid paths through. Either the system... Like, I don't get why it's saying that it looks like the normal passage of time's passed. The issue is it would make sense if what it does is it generates the system based on this epoch time. But yeah, so that's where, like, what I was saying, we need, okay, it's just that system's not ideal, I guess. But no, what? How long are these orbital periods then? I don't get it. Right, what is this system called? Can I just look at its data in a different place so that it's not so opaque? No, because this doesn't have... Oh, it does, it does, it does. Right, so the orbital period of body 3 is 1,211 days. I think something went wrong with that test, mate. I don't know. This ain't making any sense to me whatsoever. I don't know what to say. It looked like you did everything exactly as expected, and it looked like it worked fine. I'm not trusting this that much, to be honest. Oh, Rosen said he had a call, didn't he? He had to go. Is there anyone else in chat who's available to do a test? Like at the HIP 87621? Magne. We'll come back to this later. I've got other stuff I have to plan. What the fucking hell's going on? Really? Oh gosh, what's happened? That's not good. So what else are we doing? I need to plan. I need to plan tomorrow's stream. So on time, Elite Dangerous, Commander. Yeah, I refuse to go to Windows 11. I need a Wii, I'm afraid. I will be right back. So just bear with me. I won't be a sec.
Services are offline. Network access is temporarily unavailable. Passengers wishing to remain in the system must leave the carrier within the next 3 minutes. Landing pads retracted. Hangar bay secure.
That's nice. That's a good read. Okay, so premise. Yes. Okay, we've got to have some stakes. Do you know what I mean? That's what we need in life, some stakes. So the premise of this is I will start a new account. Now, we need to remember how the hell I load it. So first things first, I want to note that I noticed... Fair enough, Magna. I mean, there's only so much that you can abhor, isn't there? Oh, that's brilliant news. My package has been shipped, guys. I'm fucking... Yeah! Tomorrow's going to be awesome! I might start the stream a bit later if my delivery isn't on time, but... What's happening over here? Shipped. Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Medicine. Really, Rory? Do you think the Royal Mail just turned up? Do you think they've got a button, like, at the back, and as the person comes, they just donk, and then we all get our emails? The medicine has been dispatched. On time. Elite Dangerous Commander Subathon. I need...
I know, man. It means top info to anyone who wants to know. There's a van in Sheffield right now with about 400 quid's worth of weed in the back. It says Royal Mail on the side. Anywho. Like, you can see my idea, I hope. Like, there's a film called In Time. And I think it's a good play on the whole, like, time travel situation happening at the moment anyway. There'll be people chatting about time in chat all day tomorrow, right? But the main goal is to show newer players the maximum exploits and to just do that experience of, can I go in one stream from a fresh account to having an engineered ship? Now, obviously, it might need to be a really long stream in order for me to facilitate that. Generally, a long stream would become what's called a subathon, which is where the duration of the stream is open-ended based on viewers donating subscriptions and stuff. So for every like gifted sub, it might add 3 or 4 minutes onto the clock. I haven't worked out the exact ratio yet, but I think it would be about 3 minutes per sub. So then if you gift 5 subs, you add a quarter of an hour. So it's about £100 an hour for it to add an hour on, you know? It's one of the only real ways to have a decent income through streaming at this stage that I'm at. Like, if I was a little bit bigger, then there'd be other passive ways I could earn a bit of money. So this is the idea. And what I quite like is, I just don't think I've put enough effort in. I think it might be that tomorrow I just give it a try. And if it doesn't work, did we work out a forfeit? I can't remember if we worked out a forfeit, Rosen. I know you're in a call. Really, Magna? So Rory, my intention tomorrow, I am doing a different stream tomorrow. I'll be an elite, but it will be like a different account that I'm starting from scratch. And I would like it to be a subathon. I'd like it to have the option to just keep going. As long as I get... So I just don't know whether to launch the stream as a subathon. I think I will. Yeah, yeah. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. 10-year anniversary. Seriously, that's mental, mate. That's crazy. Congratulations, bro. Well done. Yeah, GG's, mate. That's mad. Old Rory, 10 years in a relationship. What? So I think this is the plan. I'm going to go live, expecting to be live for 6 hours, and attempting in that time to get as far down the path of having this meta-engineered ship as I can. And any gifted subs and donations that happen during the time, I'll need to set up like some extra screens tonight so that I've got the overlays ready and people can see the information. I also need to set up the timer. And then during that 6 hours, any donations and bits and subs that come in will add on to the clock. And then after 6 hours, I'll start the clock. And then it will end when the clock ends. Do you know what I mean? So that way I'm up for committing to a 12-hour stream regardless. And that's a decent shot. I think in 12 hours, I can have a decent shot at achieving it as long as I get all the blueprints mapped out tonight. And actually work out how to log into the fucking game on my Steam account. So yeah, that's my intent. I do need to go and cook dinner soon, but I need to also get some of those blueprints together. So I would also like to. I don't think I'm going to worry about this. I think I'll put a post out and like I'll create a short video this evening.
Since the beginning of the universe, no greater an event has occurred than this. You have done it. You have followed hash.
It's true. Neil deGrasse Tyson himself stopped everything to record that. I should definitely be clear that that technically did use AI transformation. I stole his voice. I will steal your voice. Thank you for the follow, though, One Man Nation. GG's. What else do I need? So I need the other account on Inara. Oh, in fact, what I should do... What's happening? I know what I should do. Yes. Okay. So this is currently my alt account. So we need to now log into it. Oh, Ross. Why is everyone having massive computer problems at the moment? What's going on? All of you are chatting about having issues with your PCs. Huh? Again, if anyone wants to time skip, Rosen's up here. He might be AFK right now, but he can multi-crew you in. You can witness it with your own eyes. I'm gonna... Right. Where is it? Yeah, well, I guess they're trying to push everyone onto onto 11, aren't they?
Didn't read it, did I? Not really. No, we had a inconclusive result from our last test. And Rosen's AFK, so I can't really get any more data right now, and I need to move on to preparing for the other stream. I find this so confusing. It's so like poorly documented what you have to do. Mhm. I'm just trying to load my Epic account from my Steam install so I don't have to have the game installed twice. What is it talking about? Okay, right. Is that it? Is that all I need to do? So wait, so I just need to literally create a new shortcut. Sorry. That was me. That sound was me. Why did it... I'm so confused. Like, why is this so complicated? Okay. I don't. Are you following? Do you know what I'm doing, Magna? Yeah, that's weird, Johnny. Like, are you aware? Like, I don't use the Frontier launcher or anything. Like, I have a separate way of loading the game. I don't load the game the same way you do. Like, I press this, and I get a command prompt pop up, right? Because I use the minifier. And this is how you have it, so that you have one installation and you can log into it from multiple accounts, right? Which I've set up in the past. But Epic is a complete prick. And they won't let you just authenticate with their server. You have to do all this shit to get like an authentication token and paste it in. It's such a pain in the ass. So what I was hoping was I could just use this this legendary thing. Come on! Oh, I hate Epic so much. It well stresses me out. I think I need to click install and then cancel it. I want to literally put my thumbs into my eye sockets. Like, this hurts. Ooh. Right, I need to find this. This is not. This isn't Steam. This isn't Steam. To be fair, this is totally Epic. Epic are the problem here. They're all like, I've got it running for Steam, fine, in their defense. But yeah, the whole thing sucks. So can I not just run this? After doing this? Right, you say it's not currently installed. So then, do I also need to do... That also says override exe, right? Still says it's not installed. I'm getting pissed off. I'm going to stop doing this. This is really fucking winding me up. I don't know what to do. Right now, the whole thing's on hold, because if I can't log into the account, I can't do it. But I'm not reinstalling the game again just to do this thing. I'll just do exploration tomorrow, and I'll have to kick it another week. Like, I don't know what to say. I'll do my best, but I'm not using 200 gigabytes of NVMe storage to have the same game installed twice. Like, that's not an option. They need to sort this out. They need to make it so that you can just log into your account however you want to log in. I'm pissed off. Yeah, I'm really fucking pissed off. It shouldn't be this hard. Why is it so difficult? Yeah, no, I know, but I won't run it on an HDD. It's just like so overcomplicated. It's unbelievable. Fair play. I think where I do a lot of flipping in and out of different settings and stuff, especially where I'm streaming, it works well to have it on a really speedy SSD. That's so frustrating. Rosen, I'm sorry, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm going to leave the call. I need to go soon to do tea. So I will get all that set up for tomorrow. I will try my best to have it set up for tomorrow so that we can do the plan. Otherwise, it will just be more chatting about time travel while I do some DW3 exploration. If tomorrow goes to plan, though, I am going to be doing some more testing of the time travel stuff on the new account. I just need to make a priority to get the Python together. Yeah, I'm the same, Jolie. I haven't bothered going up to any higher resolutions. I don't really feel the benefit considering the cost of running the hardware to make it work, if you know what I mean. Like, you need a 40 series GPU just to be able to run 4K. So, yeah, I've got a 4K TV downstairs that my mum watches telly on every night, bless her. So, the plan right now is tomorrow will be the new account, as I described. I'll kick the stream off once I've had my delivery and I'm ready to go. I should be in a position to run that. I'll be live for at least 6 hours. And we'll see how it goes from there. If I can get a bunch of gifted subs and stuff, it'll extend the stream. If not, I'll end it. The guy will have his head cut off. It'll end that way. Just decap, start from scratch again another time. We'll try it again. So thank you all for those of you that have swung by today. I hope you've enjoyed watching a little bit of Casual Elite, doing some exploration. We found some cool finds actually today, quite a bit of value that we've accrued. And most importantly, we've also managed to corral more believers in the whole time travel situation. Jowly, at the end of the day, like, this could turn out to be a bug, and we've got to be grounded in that. What matters isn't whether it's a bug or not, it's what we've had going on. That's what's real, right? Like, that's what matters, is we're connecting with each other over this shared experience, over this shared game.
That's what it's all about. That's why I stream it. That's why I love talking to people about it. Oh, you are you, Cyber? Oh, wonder if it's lost in space or time. Time. Thanks, Ross. 07. I hope you're doing better tomorrow. Fair. I love it. They did disenfranchise me a few years back. I didn't play when they released Odyssey. I stopped playing for 4 years because I lost a lot of confidence in them. But the last year has been outstanding, and right now it looks like they're back off to their peak. Really, like they're picking right up where they left off when they messed up with Odyssey. So it's a great time to get back into it. Yeah, I know. I'm in the middle of nowhere now, though. I might get on that over the weekend. We'll see. The only issue with Metalens is I can't stream it, so I don't like that. But yeah. 07, everybody. Take care. I'll catch you all soon. Thanks for being here. Peace and love.